Wednesday night in the nation's capital, 10 races on the card at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
Three lengths, that's Springbridge Jim, and coming after him, Woodmere Gaelic will have to do more to move up from second. Down the stretch they come. Springbridge Jim looks unbeatable on the front end. Woodmere Gaelic going to put him to the test, but 2 lengths in arrears at this point. Springbridge Jim and Robert Shepherd over Woodmere Gaelic. Stardog, well worth the wait. Friar Voltaire finishes 5th, 152-2. Unofficial race 1 winner, number 2, Springbridge Jim, an 8-year-old bay gelding by Big Jim out of Stonebridge Vision, owned by trainer Andrew Moore of Osgood, Ontario, with Tommy Godfrey of Charlottetown, PEI. Springbridge Jim was bred by Angie Stiller of Arva, Ontario, driven to victory by Robert Shepherd, 152-2. That's a first seasonal victory for Springbridge Jim. On the outside, third, that's Dial Me Up on the inside. Second over from fourth now. Gimme a Corona on the move. Third over from the back of the field. Fancy Lettering as they reach 3/4 in 125 flat. It's the Turning Point, trying to lead every step of the way. She's facing pressure from Tamara Hanover. First over, but only up to the sulky wheel right now. They turn for home. Dial Me Up looking for room up the inside. The Turning Point's lead evaporating. Tamara Hanover and Guy Gagnon moving to the front. Chased home by Gimme a Corona on the outside. But Tamara Hanover, a winner for Guy Gagnon over Gimme a Corona and the Turning Point, 153-4. In 20 starts. She's just added to that now. That's win number 6 of the season. 153-4, Tamara Hanover. Temptation trying to turn this into a front-end victory, but the closers are winding up. My Bitcoin swinging wide late. They turn for home. My Bitcoin is gaining ground for Ryan Guy. She is sweeping past DA Temptation, moving up the inside late. Horizon Sealster. It's going to be My Bitcoin over DA Temptation. Horizon Sealster. It looked like Speaker Nancy getting up for 4th, 153-3. 3 winner, number 5, My Bitcoin, a 4-year-old bay mare by Betting Line out of Ryla Beach, owned and trained by Clement Lozano-Thier of Mirabel, Quebec, bred by J.L. Benson Stables Incorporated of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Ryan Guy piloting My Bitcoin to a first seasonal victory, 153-3. Fireball is trying to get another victory here, coming to him late up the inside. Mish Charm, it may not be enough to take down Armstead Fireball, who is going to win once again for William Waugh. Mish Charm was second. Up for show, Stormont Friendly ahead of Dominion, 158-4. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 4 winner, number 2, Armstead Fireball, a 3-year-old bay colt by Muscle Mass out of Magical Anna, owned by the Ottawa Valley Racing Stable 3 of Dunrobin, Ontario. Trained and bred by James Armitage of Dunrobin, Ontario, and driven to his second seasonal victory by William Waugh. It's a new lifetime mark of 158-4 for Armstead Fireball. Congratulations. Drive to challenge. Here comes Global Money, first over into second. Tricks and Stones maintaining a lead of a length over Global Money, but he needs the wire. Tricks and Stones prevails for William Waugh. Second, Global Money. Third, Salzbrook Cami, 158-1. Now back in the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 5 winner, number 1, Tricks and Stones, a 9-year-old bay stallion by Trixton out of Baby Bella, owned and trained by Carl Duguay of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, bred by Stephanie Smith-Rohog of West Jefferson, Ohio. That's 2 consecutive driving wins for William Waugh. Tricks and Stones, getting his third win of the year, 1:58-1. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and it's getting competitive now. In the final strides, it's Silver Porsche fighting on the inside against Southwind Mac, charging late, but too late. Flash Me Some Green up for show ahead of Silver Mass and Gold Dealer. 2 minutes flat. Silver Porsche gets the job done for Melanie Plourde. Porsche, a 3-year-old bay colt by Resolve out of Chef Heartsalot, owned by Marie-Michelle Gabory, Venison, Quebec. Bred by Silver Stables, Venison, Quebec. Trained by Stéphane Pouliot. Driven by Melanie Plourde. 2 minutes flat for the mile. That is a new lifetime mark for Silver Porsche in his first win of the season. Congratulations. Over from third now, Wicked Monkey. They went by 3/4 in 1:25 flat. Gearing up from the back of the field, Better Zone being asked. They're coming down the lane now, led by Gouda Man. His lead is tenuous. He's fighting on for Guy Gagnon, though, and looks to break his maiden here. He's out there by a couple of lengths. It's going to be Gouda Man prevailing in 1:55-3. Tight for place between Wicked Monkey and Winner's Circle. Unofficial race 7 winner, number 4, Gouda Man, a 3-year-old brown gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Lily Maid, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, bred by Winback Farm, Chesapeake City, Maryland, driven to a maiden victory by Guy Gagnon, 1:55-3. Congratulations, Gouda Man. The pocket, Make It Come True. That one looking for room up the inside. Better at High Tide, fighting on, but it looks like the others may not catch him here. Better at High Tide ahead of Make It Come True. It may have been Mockart in Motion up for show ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird, 1:54-1. Better at High Tide, an 8-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Queensland Beach, owned by Darren Tingley of Wendover, Ontario, with Dwayne Tingley of Timberley, Nova Scotia, bred by the Schooner 2 stable of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Robert Shepard in a new seasonal mark, 1:54-1. That's win number 2 of the season for Better at High Tide. The back after another miscue, Donatover distanced that Southwind Russian. 1:28-1 at 3/4, and Stomper Tom fighting on the inside, fighting on first over. It's wasting no time and charging late up the inside. It looks like JM Stella could take it all. JM Stella for Sylvain Lacaille over Stomper Tom, wasting no time, and Synergy S, 1:57-3. Of race 9, number 5, JM Stella, a 4-year-old bay mare by Six Pack out of Time Mall Fire It Up, owned by Ferme Canico Farm Incorporated, Saint Bernard de la Colle, Quebec. This mare was bred by R.K. Joe Miscamon of Muncie, Ontario, trained by Kelly Duval Lacaille, driven to a second straight victory by Sylvain Lacaille, 1:57-3. JM Stella, the unofficial race 9 winner. Please hold all tickets. Side near the back of the field, Mask of Zorro, and gapping, then it's Mystic who trails. They went by 3/4, 1:26-4. Up front, things very unsettled. Raising Rusty, facing an onslaught of late speed. Here comes a 3-wide move. Now back in the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Number 8, Emma Town Bud, an 8-year-old bay gelding by Big Stick Lindy out of Centerfold Lady, owned by Nicole Beauvais-Gertner of Apple Hill, Ontario. Bred by Mervyn D. Lehman of Topeka, Indiana. Trained and driven by Pierre Beauvais. That's win number 5 this year, 156-1. Congratulations, Emma Town Bud.
In the Race 10 Preferred Handicap Trot, Emma Town Bud became the first winner from Post 8 this season on the trot at Rideau Carleton, winning as 3-5 favorite for trainer-driver Pierre Beauvais. It was Emma Town Bud's third straight win in the Rideau Preferred Handicap Trot, 156-1 for the mile. Join us again on Saturday for the Belmont Stakes, June 7th in the Simulcast Lounge. That night, it's a $1,500 jackpot in the on-track, free-to-play handicapping contest. We're back with more live racing on Sunday, June 8th, 6:30 p.m. Catch you then.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway on this Sunday evening. It's our 19th race date of the 2025 meet. A beautiful night for some live racing from the nation's capital. We've got 10 races coming to you tonight from Rideau Carleton. Thanks for joining us. The track is fast. Skies overcast, a temperature of 23 degrees Celsius, 73 Fahrenheit. Winds are out of the west at 13 kilometers an hour or 8 miles an hour. Humidity is at 31%. We're about 29 minutes away from post time for race 1, and it's Robbie Robinson's retirement from driving celebration night. More on that after we look at our changes, which begin in race 1. There is one equipment change in race 1. It's on number 4, open to blind bridle. That's on Business on the Beach in race 1. We do have a few other changes that haven't quite made it into the graphics yet. We'll get around to those shortly. A couple of other changes coming up on tonight's card.
Robbie Robinson is stepping back from driving after a win with McWicked Time, but I'm here with both of them now just to talk about racing at Rideau Carleton for the past 4 decades and what the future holds. So, hi, Robbie. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What was it like to win with this guy in your race last week?
It was a big relief for me because I decided before the meet started that my next win was going to be my last one, and I pretty much knew going into the 3/4 pole. I was pretty confident that he was going to win the race because he felt real good. I hadn't pulled the plugs, and I looked at the body language of Guy's horse, and I thought I had the upper advantage. So.
And then it was a special event in the winner's circle. You had promised, I had heard through a friend of yours, John McMillan, that you would remove the driving colors and retire them. So
yeah.
Was there a specific reason that you really thought this was the time of your life that you wanted to retire as a parimutuel driver?
Yeah, they take the shoes off horses when they retire, so I said, I'll take the colors off. I made sure that I had pants on underneath, so there was no surprises there. And the song choices, I remember when Wayne Gretzky retired, that was the song they played, and it brought tears to my eyes, and every time I hear that song, it's makes me emotional because I did meet Wayne Gretzky one time. My brother-in-law, John Murphy, I was a teenager. He won his 500th race at Kingston Park Raceway, which was Frontenac Downs before that, and he was the first person to reach that milestone. And they're making a presentation that night, and who happened to be there was Wayne Gretzky, because
wow.
Guy named Gary LaRiviere was a defenseman, and his he might have been related to the Stacys, but Mark's uncle Doug was his coach when he was a teenager coming up in Gananoque, so they were there that night, and that was a special night. So
I guess so. What a connection.
My dad was involved. He got involved. I think 1969. He bought a horse called Cardinal Girl. I don't think she ever raced. And then his next couple of horses were really successful. He bought a horse called Owen Creed for $200 at the Toronto sale at the CNE. He won 10 out of 12 races, and then they sold him for $4,500, which was big money in 1970. And his next horse was a trotting mare named Willbrook May, and she won 17 races the year he bought her.
And was he a horseman by trade originally, or was it in your family before your dad, or did he just decide that it was something, a new hobby or something to try?
My dad was always a horseman. He was a manager at Loblaws. He worked there for 37 years. But his first job away from home, he drove a team of horses when he was 13 years old for Ontario Hydro. You know those metal towers you see? he was driving teams of horses to bring in the things to build the metal towers.
Incredible. And did you want to follow in his footsteps? Is that how you got involved? Did he encourage you?
I don't know if he encouraged me or not, but I was always loved to be around the horses. I loved to be around animals when I was little. They got pictures of me playing with the calves in the pens, or we had this one mare called Babe's Girl, and my dad used to have I think it was a 2-ton truck with the thing on. So coming home from the races one night, she kicked through the back of it right past his head. But this horse, I'd be on the cross ties, and I was just a little fella, and I'd be going in between her legs and everything, and she would never move. But I loved the horses. I could roll a bandage quicker than anybody, and I could probably at 6 or 7 years old go in the grandstand and pick more winners than anybody, because I paid a lot of attention then, because I wasn't allowed in the paddock, and maybe one of my sisters would take me to the grandstand, and I would watch the races real close.
And how did you get into driving? Because some people stay as a trainer or an owner.
Well, believe it or not, when I started driving, I only weighed 120 pounds, so I was a small little guy. Actually, the first races I got to drive in was at my hometown fair, at the Odessa Fair, but it wasn't sanctioned, so it's not on the records, but I won both heats. And the track wasn't quite a half-mile track, because the last heat I won in 1:48, so maybe it was a sign of things to come for the speed.
So you were a catch driver in these qualifiers, like they wanted to see what you could do with other horses besides your own?
I won lots of qualifiers right off the bat. The catch driving part didn't come until later, and I won my first race with a horse called Karen's Happy Lad.
And do you remember that? Like, how old were you at that time?
I was 18.
So you were real young, and that was your first parimutuel race and your first win.
Yeah.
Not many people can say that.
Yeah, and it was, we celebrated the next night, and I remember my future brother-in-law, John Murphy, went and got us a bottle of vodka, and we were going to a school dance, and I got sick in the middle of the dance floor, and I got escorted out. So.
But you kept driving.
Yeah.
You celebrated too much, and then how long before you were back driving?
That was on a Friday night. We went to that dance, and Sunday, I drove Sunday, and I still had a headache. And it was funny. The same horse I won with, I was coming to the top of the stretch, and I went to hit him, and the whip went flying. So I had no whip the rest of the race, but I never did that again. I drove my first race at Rideau Carleton at 19, and I won with a trotter called Mountain Trout. So sporadically I'd come here, and I'd pick up a win every year. And I think I was like 24, and I was starting to do good. I was working for Ted Huntback, and he's the first guy that gave me a real good chance at catch driving, because I was working there, and he would send me to Ottawa. He sent me to drive at Greenwood one time. I finished second. I just got beat. It was like, I was so happy, but I was disappointed at the same time, because I just got beat at the wire. But that's where, and then I met my wife here, and within the next year or two, I'd moved to Ottawa completely. Yeah, I guess the highlight is I won a gold elimination here with a horse called Trax for Jim Massey. And what was upsetting to a lot of people is I wasn't down to drive the next week, which I knew that before going in, and I was just happy to get the drive. It was probably the biggest drive I got. I think I got 800 and then another 300 from Jimmy Massey for driving the horse. So that was pretty good.
So that was your biggest drive, you said, but you've also been a trainer for almost as long, right?
Yeah.
And you had some big training wins.
My biggest training win was probably in 2009. I had Gutsy Volo there to race, and he'd finished second 2 weeks in a row, and he had to jump 2 classes and race in the Open. And he come first up, and he went toe-to-toe with the Sand Pail. The last 3/8s, they raced like a team, and we got up at the wire to win, and that was real special.
Was that at Mohawk?
Yeah. You know, it's been a blast. I've had a lot of fun doing this. I probably would have had a better career if I would have promoted myself more, but I wasn't that kind of person. I never tried to get drives from anybody else. I remember one time I drove a horse for Mandy Archer's parents, Chris and Rachel, and I won with him, and he won easy. And we get back afterwards, and I said, I think Rod Zeron was driving the horse, and the first thing I said to them, I said, you know, you make sure you put him back down to drive next week. I said, I'm just filling in. But that's the kind of attitude that I had, and I never wanted to step on anybody's feet. So I kind of did everything on my own terms, and never wanted to upset anybody. So I probably could have did a lot better, but it just wasn't my personality to do that. Oh, I'd like to thank all the people that supported me over the years, my wife and my son for putting up with me, and all the owners that I've had over the years. It all started back in Kingston when I was about 14 years old with a man named Peter Carfa. He was an Italian barber and was a great guy. And all the people that have put me down over the years to drive horses. I got so many friends to thank. I could go on forever listing them, so I won't. I don't want to prioritize anybody over the other, but and I'd like to thank the fans upstairs. I've got to, over the last 10 years, got to know a lot of the people up there, so I have a bit of a relationship with them, and yeah, I'll still be around. So it's been a great time, and I'd like to thank everybody that's been part of it.
Thanks very much to Robbie Robinson and our video producer, Dylan. Great work on that salute to Robbie, who stepped back from parimutuel driving recently here at Rideau Carleton after winning with his own McWicked time. We'll have more tributes to Robbie's driving career, which was based here at Rideau Carleton, over the course of tonight's card. We're about 17 minutes away from post time for race 1. It looks like we've got those other changes, a few shoeing and equipment changes to pass along. Again, in race 1, number 4, Business on the Beach, going open to blind bridle. Then in race 3, there's a shoeing change on number 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, who goes aluminum to steel up front. No changes in races 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. No changes in race 9, and there's a bridle change in race 10 on number 9, Surratt Hanover, going blind to open bridle.
On this
We're
week
about
in
16
harness
minutes
racing,
away
as the
from
state
race
season
1.
Gets rolling,
Here's This
we
Week
head
in
to
Harness
Ohio's
Racing.
Northfield Park for the Battle of Lake Erie, a world record mile by Ken Hanover and driver Brett Miller.
Racing in the battle. Great start from Duncan. He fires out from his rail post. 7 colors, drops right to the inside. Oh, race behind Duncan early on. Ken Hanover's on the go for Brett Miller. Desperate Man is out there racing 4th from the 2nd tier. Helium is mid-flight. He's 5th. By the Missile, off the speed tonight. He'll race from 6th. He's in front of Mossdale Ben in 7th. Chase H. Hanover and Little Rocky Man already out and moving from 9th. He's now 8th as they drive up the back stretch into the opening quarter. Desperate Man and Matt Kakeli, they stay flat and they rip through through a 26-2 opening panel. Desperate Man on the point this week. Ken Hanover down at the inside. He's second. Duncan is third. Seven Colors now flushed off the rail as Danny Noble was out and moving with Helium. So here comes Seven Colors. First up tonight by the Missile is going to be third over. He's got cover in the flow. Meanwhile, saving ground is Chase H. Hanover. He slides into the 4-hole. Fourth up is Mossdale Bend. Fifth up goes Little Rocket Man. The defending champion is last. Halfway home in a demanding 54-1. Desperate Man blazes the way into the payoff half of the Battle of Lake Erie. Seven Colors with a tough first over trip. He's outside of Ken Hanover. Helium is in a perfect second over striking position, only 3 lengths behind. Duncan gaps a touch at the inside. By the Missile, he's still third over, and he's gapping off cover. He needs to do better than that. Mossdale Ben is fanning to his outside. Chase H. Hanover in traffic trouble. Little Rocket Man, the trailer. 3/4 in a supersonic 121. They are flat flying into the far turn. Less than a quarter of a mile to go. Desperate Man in a bid to make all. Ken Hanover's had the perfect trip for Brett Miller. Seven Colors flattens out. Duncan saves ground. Helium is next. They turn 4 home. Desperate Man trying to polish it off. Here's Ken Hanover popping out of the pocket, and the local hero Duncan up the inside. But it's Ken Hanover and Brett Miller for a 4th victory in the battle. Desperate Man was second. Third goes to Duncan. 148-3.
We're about 13 minutes away from post time for race 1 here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks to everyone joining us at the track or online or at the OTB. A nice 10 race card lined up for you tonight. The current favorite in race 1 is number 2, Whiskey Friday for Steve Germain and Robert Shepard. That one has 3 place finishes in a row at this level. I think he's overdue for a win. He's been closing well in all of those efforts. And his top rival here might be the 5, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, who beat him to the wire last time. Farmer Don't Dilly Dally racing for trainer John McMillan and driver Guy Gagnon. That was his first win this season for the 3-year-old gelded son of Dally. Glenn Pearson is putting the 5, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, on top of his ticket. I'm using that one in the place spot. Glenn's got my top choice for second. Again, that's the 2, Whiskey Friday. And both of us see the rest of the Superfecta ticket the same way. We're using number 3, Twice a Delight, in the show spot for Kara Stacy and driver Ryan Guy. And then completing the ticket with number 1, Tia, for trainer driver Sebastian Turenne, who moves to the frontier. I thought her last race on June 1st was her best so far this season. She came on late, finishing 5th, and that was a much bigger field. It was 9 horses. She did have the trailing post, so there might be better things ahead for Tia from the rail tonight. She's 13-1 right now. Co-favorites, look at that. Glenn's top choice and mine, number 2, Whiskey Friday, and number 5, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally. Who do you like? There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early daily double wagering. And again, 1 equipment change in upcoming race 1. It's on the 4, Business on the Beach, who goes open to blind bridle. There's lots of great simulcasting action on offer in the Rideau Carleton Trackside Simulcast Lounge most of the time. And last Saturday night, last night, what a great day and night of racing. You had the Belmont Stakes in the afternoon, and then eliminations for some of the stakes races coming up at Mohawk. Well, those eliminations were last night at Woodbine Mohawk Park for the North America Cup, the Fan Hanover Stake, also the Good Times Trot, and it was an exciting edition of the Preferred Pace as well. If you haven't taken in the simulcast room lately, highly recommended on Saturday evenings. Tammy Forgey's free-to-play handicapping contest takes place on Saturday evenings. Again, free to enter at the track. You must be on track to collect your winnings if you are the lucky handicapper. And it's going to take some luck to hit that ticket. The jackpot was not hit last night. It's now up to $1,600 for next Saturday night. You may want to take in the action for the Pepsi North America Cup here at Rideau Carleton in the simulcast lounge that night and play the contest. Again, a jackpot of $1,600 going into the Saturday, June 14th contest for handicappers here at Rideau Carleton. Still to come before post time for race 1, which is in about 9 minutes. We've got a look back at Rideau Carleton racing history provided by Aidan Keeley-Griffith. Thanks for sending it in. Aidan, that's worth remembering. Coming up soon, a snapshot of this track's great history of harness racing. And also, we're going to be giving away some souvenir hats on Wednesday at the track here during our card on Wednesday, June 11th, 6 p.m. post time. They're North America Cup souvenir hats. You have to be at the track, and we'll be giving them away, just doing a draw from some canceled pari-mutuel tickets. There's a limited number available, and for on-track customers only. Again, that's coming up on Wednesday, June 11th here at Rideau Carleton.
I'm good.
horse worth remembering. We thank Aidan for sending in this suggestion from April 14th, 2013. You don't often see a 7-8 exactor anywhere, but we had just that at Rideau Carleton on that date.
And they're off. Secret's Niece, Mystical Liz, Weekend Love, and Helena's Hope get out the quickest. Up from the second tier, Concert Over will be into the top 5. 6 best away for Brody's Leona, 7th on the outside. Just one more. Tries to squeeze in ahead of the 2 trailers, Star of Beauty and Desirable Cam. They're on their way to the opening quarter. It's Helena's Hope, Guy Gagnon showing the way. Weekend Love is right there second as they get to the quarter in 28-2. Secret's Niece, 32-1, follows in third in front of the stands. It's then back and forth to Concert Over as the field drives on now to 3/8 completion. Back there to Mystical Liz. Here comes just one more now, going the first over route, and that attracts the attention of Baudouin and Star of Beauty, who'll go second over. The field now makes its way out to the opening half. Desirable Cam, the trailer. The leader on the way to the half. It is Helena's Hope. 59 seconds, a halftime speed. Tracking from the pocket is Zeron with Weekend Love. Here now, moving up with a first over brush is Concert Over. Trying to catch on to that cover, just one more. Nowhere to go yet for Secret's Niece. Shuffled back, Mystical Liz. Same story for Brody's Leona. Third over toe now for Star of Beauty. Meantime, they progress on to 3/4. No change. It's Helena's Hope still showing the way. Down in the pocket, Weekend Love waits for clearance. Concert Over appears to have stalled. That's going to force just one more into the 3-wide path as the horses go by 3/4 in 128-1. It's still Helena's Hope, the one they've got to track down. Helena's Hope with the lead with less than 1/8 of a mile to go. But now here comes Weekend Love. Weekend Love is now putting it to Helena's Hope. Weekend Love with the late fresh legs draws away. Weekend Love to win it for Rod Zeron over Helena's Hope. Up for the show, Mystical Liz, 158 flat.
Thanks again to Aidan for sending that one in. You really don't see a lot of 7-8 exactors at this track or anywhere else for that matter. We're about 3 minutes away from post time for race 1 if you're just joining us. Thanks for tuning in to Rideau Carleton. 10 live races tonight. The only change in upcoming race 1 has to do with the bridle on the 4. Business on the Beach, who goes open to blind. Glenn Pearson's top choice is the 5, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, the current even money favorite. Farmer Don't Dilly Dally set the pace here last Sunday, opening up on the front end, approaching 3/4, and then drifted out, allowing Twice a Delight to move inside on the final turn. Farmer Don't Dilly Dally circled that rival at the top of the stretch and sprinted home in the field's co-fastest 29-4 final quarter for the win. Number 2, Whiskey Friday, was a beaten even money favorite that race. He got away single file 5th in the well-spaced field. He was first over from 5th past the half and flushed out Twice a Delight near 3/4. Whiskey Friday was under tight lines at 3/4 as Farmer Don't Dilly Dally moved to the outside path ahead of him. And then he followed that winner down the stretch for place, pacing the field's co-fastest closing quarter of 29-4. Whiskey Friday seems overdue for a win after the 3 straight place finishes here. Another contender, 5-1 right now. The odds on number 3, Twice a Delight, who gets some post relief. Twice a Delight was a maiden winner at this track with a front end trip on May 18th for the returning Ryan Guy. This 4-year-old mare settled 3rd early last Sunday and was first over on the backstretch, accelerating up the inside path at 3/4 when Farmer Don't Dilly Dally drifted out. She began dropping back at the top of the stretch, however, and held on for show. The horses are coming towards the track now for the Race 1 post parade. Here comes the post parade for Race 1. These pacers are non-winners of $5,000 lifetime. Allowances for fillies and mares, also non-winners of a race allowed $4,000. The purse is $5,600. Number 1 is Tia, owned by Alexis Zielke of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Sebastian Turenne. 2 is Whiskey Friday, owned and trained by Steve Germain of Ottawa. Robert Shepard drives. 3 is Twice a Delight, owned by Glen B Farms of Glen Burnie, Ontario, trained by Cara Stacey, driven by Ryan Guy. Number 4, Business on the Beach, is making his second start for owner Les Écuries Saint-Thomas Incorporated of Saint-Charles-Borromée, Quebec. Trained and driven by Jacques Baudouin. Equipment change on the 4, open to blind bridle. Completing this field from post 5, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, owned by Mark and Vicki Nelson of Baltimore, Ontario, trained by John McMillan, driven by Guy Gagnon. That's your field of 5 pacers for upcoming Race 1, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early Daily Double wagering. We're getting a closer look at the current 1 to 5 favorite. Number 5, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, getting that maiden victory with a front-end trip last Sunday at this track for the returning Guy Gagnon. Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, a strong choice here. One of 2 3-year-old pacers in this field, it should be noted. The other is number 2, Whiskey Friday. As mentioned, the only catch with Farmer Don't Dilly Dally in an otherwise perfect trip last Sunday was he did drift out approaching 3/4, and no clear reason for that. He wasn't on a break. There wasn't interference, just looking a little green perhaps, but he recovered quickly and got that victory in 157-1. although she's the longest shot on the board at 20-1 right now. Number 1, Tia, is worth including in your Triactor and Superfecta tickets here. She's a maiden who returns to the frontier. She stepped out briefly first over at the half last Sunday, flushing out Whiskey Friday. She was third over from fifth along the backstretch and third over fourth on the final turn. She was edged out late for fourth. That was her best result so far this meet. And now she's moving from the back tier to the front, something that often benefits a horse. The 4-year-old daughter of Better Than Cheddar has the rail here for Sebastian Turenne. 23-1, Tia. If you're playing the early daily double, note there were no changes in race 2. The only change in the first 2 races is that open to blind bridle equipment change on the 4, Business on the Beach in race 1. It's great to see so many fans back at the track enjoying the picnic tables and snack bar tonight. Wagering on the card. Don't forget, it's good to plan ahead for Father's Day coming up on Sunday, June 15th. If you're bringing dad or granddad or the father figure in your life back to the track, you might want to make some reservations for one of the restaurants here. Some great views at Mr. Lucky's Fine Dining at Cafe Italiano. And trackside is always a great place to enjoy the races with dad. Again, check it out on Father's Day coming up Sunday, June 15th. The starter has called the field for race 1. The paces are lining up now. 1 is Tia for Sebastian Turenne. 2, Whiskey Friday, Robert Shepard. Already behind the gate, number 3, Twice a Delight for Ryan Guy. 4 is Business on the Beach, Jacques Baudouin. And on the outside, 5, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, the current 2-5 favorite. In line 2, Guy Gagnon. They're on the turn. The field is on the backstretch. A little bit of a staggered start here. Business on the Beach going to get away behind the rest who are off and pacing. Twice a Delight first to the front. And then Farmer Don't Dilly Dally drawing alongside and pulling ahead to land on the lead and quickly open up by 2 lengths on the first turn. That leaves Twice a Delight in a very loose pocket situation, a couple of lengths behind her. Tightening up now in third is Tia, approaching the opening quarter. That's Farmer Don't Dilly Dally. Freewheeling on the front end, 27-4 to the quarter. He's got a good 4-length advantage over Twice a Delight, who sits second, 2 lengths ahead of Tia in third. A similar distance back to 4th place Whiskey Friday, and racing wide at the back of the field, attempting to come first over. That's Business on the Beach. They're well spaced out, headed towards the half with Farmer Don't Dilly Dally and Guy Gagnon in control and reaching that point in 57-4, a 32nd second quarter for the leader. Still 4 lengths behind him. Sitting second is Twice a Delight. First over into third, Whiskey Friday underway for Robert Shepard, but not gaining ground quite yet. Tia battling back on the inside. She's fourth and moving into third again as they reach three quarters. 1:26 and 2. It's going to be tough to reel in. Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, but making an effort here. Whiskey Friday is coming on. First over at the top of the stretch, trying to hunt down Farmer Don't Dilly Dally. Also charging late, Tia is following Whiskey Friday down the stretch outside of Twice a Delight. They're not going to touch Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, who wins over Whiskey Friday, Twice a Delight, and Tia. 1:55 and 4, a new lifetime mark. A clear winner in race one. That front end trip and open length lead at the top of the stretch served Farmer Don't Dilly Dally very well here. Going back to back for John McMillan and Guy Gagnon as 1-5 favorite in race one. The unofficial top four order of finish is now on screen. The 5, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, the race winner over 2, Whiskey Friday, second. 3, Twice a Delight was third, and 1, Tia finished fourth. 5, 2, 3, 1, the unofficial top four finishers in race one. Please hold all tickets. Now back in the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure. Unofficial race one winner, number 5, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Dally out of Farmer's Grace, owned by Mark and Vicki Nelson of Baltimore, Ontario, who also bred this 3-year-old pacer, who is trained by John McMillan and driven to a second consecutive victory by Guy Gagnon, a new lifetime mark, 1:55 and 4. For Farmer Don't Dilly Dally. Congratulations to the Connections. Win number 2 this season in his 5th start of the year. Race 1 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 1. Number 5, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, pays $2.40 to win. The $2 5-2 exactor returns $3.50. The $1 triactor 5-2-3 combination $2.45. And the $1 superfecta 5-2-3-1 pays $5.20. The race 1 rundown is now posted. 1, Tia, finished 4th. 2, Whiskey Friday was 2nd. 3, Twice City Light, 3rd. 4, Business on the Beach, 5th. And 1 to 5 favorite, number 5, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally. The winner once again for Guy Gagnon. From the top down, your program should read 4-2-3-5-1. The fractions 27 and 4 to the quarter, 57 and 4 at the half, 126 and 2 at 3/4, 155 and 4. A new lifetime mark for Farmer Don't Dilly Dally, who definitely didn't in race 1. Race 2 is coming up next with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering. No changes. Race 2 kicks off the first of 3 pick 4 sequences tonight. And here's my pick 4 ticket. I haven't singled in any of the legs. This is a 20-cent base wager pick 4. In race 2, I am actually taking a closer look at this. I may have written the numbers down wrong there. No, I've got the numbers right. Going with early action, the 4 to 5 current favorite for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon here in race 2. Also, I have a backup plan. The 5, RJ's Super Freak, and the 6, Sports Activator, the most likely to upset. Number 4, early action, the current even money favorite in race 2. Race 3, going with the 2, 1, and 3, Smiling Billy the Kid, no sport pun intended, and Woodmere Gaelic. The 2 and the 6 in race 4, Hands Off, Nose In, and Wicked Move. Race 5 concludes the pick 4, the early one. I'm going 1, 2, 4 there. Gator Hanover, Dylan's Bank, and Sea Laird. It's a 20-cent ticket costing $10.80. That's my early pick 4, spanning races 2 through 5. And the Pacers are coming on track for the race 2 post parade. They are non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible $25,000 claimers. Also eligible non-winners of $17,000 in their last 10 starts who draw outside. They race for a purse of $8,500. Number 1 is Stonebridge Hermes, owned, trained, and driven by Jacques Baudouin of Manotick, Ontario. 2 is Beef and Cheddar, owned and trained by Wayne Catherwood of Brinston, Ontario. Pascal Berube drives. 3 is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario. Trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The current even money favorite is number 4, Early Action, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore with Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, Ontario. Trained by Mandy Archer. Guy Gagnon is in the sulky. 5 is RJ Super Freak, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur of L'Ange Gardien, with Michel Blais, also of L'Ange Gardien, Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger drives. Rounding out the field from post 6, Sports Activator, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa, with Lloyd Howley of Cars Ontario. Mike Armstrong trains, Ryan Guy drives. That's your field of 6 for upcoming race 2. No changes. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering. We're zooming in on the 4 early action, living up to his name as far as wagering goes. Getting all the early action. He continues on as 6-5 favorite right now. Early action is stepping down from the preferred handicap for the first time since November 10th of last year, when he won at a lower Rideau classification for the returning Guy Gagnon. Early action tipped first over from second last in front of the grandstand last Sunday. He gradually gained ground along the backstretch but was unable to clear. He lost ground in the stretch drive, but early action facing easier tonight. Just look at who he's been racing against in the recent editions of the Rideau Preferred Handicap Pace. The likes of the Lightspeed, Mythic Gambler, Sports Activator, who is part of this field and has post 6. So early action has a helpful post position with class relief here. He seldom has Guy Gagnon driving, in part because of the light speed. So that reunion, I think, bodes well for early action. Glenn Pearson also sides with that assessment. He's going to early action from post 4, 4-5 favorite. He also likes number 6, Sports Activator, in the place spot. Number 5, RJ's Super Freak to show, and number 2, Beef and Cheddar, to round out the Superfecta ticket. The 6, Sports Activator, is getting some class relief from the preferred handicap, and looks like Ryan Guy's choice over number 1, Stonebridge Hermes here. Sports Activator was first to the front last Sunday, pocketed up behind the light speed on the first turn. He tipped in the stretch to challenge and wasn't able to catch him, but Sports Activator is intriguing. He has had 2 front-end wins at lower classifications at this track earlier this year. 2-1 right now from the outside post. He seems like the horse who could upset early action. The post doesn't entirely suit his favored trip. The strong closer, number 5, RJ's Super Freak, missed by just a neck at odds of 22-1 last Sunday. Coming first over from 5th in front of the grandstand and getting parked third on the backstretch. RJ's Super Freak narrowly held off the fast-closing McWicked Time for place and had 2 May 2025 victories at lower Rideau classifications. The starter has called the field for race 2. Still time to play the early pick 4 if you hurry. A nice group lining up for race 2, almost like a junior preferred pace. 1 is Stonebridge Hermes for Jacques Baudouin. 2, Beef and Cheddar, Pascal Berube. 3, Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot. 4, Early Action, Guy Gagnon. 5, RJ Super Freak, Marie-Claude Auger. And 6, Sports Activator, Ryan Guy. They're perfectly lined up on the turn. The starting gate is on the backstretch. Quickly approaching the start for race 2, and they're off. Stonebridge Hermes and Beef and Cheddar going to mix it up early. Third on the outside, Sports Activator gaining ground ahead of Shotgun Jerry, but looking to retreat now and find room along the pylons in fourth. Stonebridge Hermes has claimed the lead. He's out there by about a length and a quarter over next closest Beef and Cheddar en route to the opening quarter. That's Shotgun Jerry sitting third, 27-3. The opening panel for Stonebridge Hermes continuing to keep just over a length ahead of pocket sitting Beef and Cheddar. Then it's back to Shotgun Jerry, third. A first over move now from fourth. That's Sports Activator underway. Following that cover, second over from fifth is Early Action, and third over from the back of the field out and moving already, RJ's Super Freak. There's 3 in, 3 out as they head to the half, getting there in 57-2, and they're still led by Stonebridge Hermes, but Sports Activator is drawing alongside now. He's first over second and pressing the pace along the backstretch, caught in third along the inside, Beef and Cheddar, second over from fourth. That's Early Action. Then it's further back to Shotgun Jerry, lacking racing room, second last, and gearing up for a big swing late. That is the strong closer, RJ's Super Freak. They reached the three-quarter point in 1:25-1. RJ's Super Freak is out there very wide, and so is Early Action. They're trying to sprint past Sports Activator. It's going to be Early Action moving on to the front and opening up powerfully for Guy Gagnon. Second, RJ's Super Freak ahead of Shotgun Jerry, Beef and Cheddar, 1:53 flat. In this strong field, Early Action proved the strongest with the going away victory for Guy Gagnon, going back-to-back in races 1 and 2 now here at Rideau Carleton. The strong closer, RJ's Super Freak, coming on for place in that 1:53 flat mile. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is now posted for race 2. 1-5 at the last flash. Number 4, Early Action, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. 5, RJ's Super Freak, finished second, ahead of 3, Shotgun Jerry, third, and 2, Beef and Cheddar, finished fourth. 4, 5, 3, 2, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Please hold all tickets. I'm not sure if he's going to try to win the first 6 in a row again tonight here at Rideau Carleton, but that's back-to-back wins for driver Guy Gagnon, now back in the Rideau Carleton winner's circle with unofficial race 2 winner. Early action, the 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Huntsville out of Fashion Katie, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore and Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, Ontario, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms Incorporated, Hanover, Pennsylvania, trained by Mandy Archer. Now the official winner of race 2 in 153 flat. That's win number 2 of the season for early action. Prices are now posted for race 2. Number 4 early action pays $2.50 to win. The $2.45 exacta returns $17.90. The $2 daily double 5-4 pays $4.20. The $1 try pays $35.10, and it's $160.90 for the $1 superfecta for 5-3-2 combination. The race 2 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Stonebridge Hermes finished 6th. 2, Beef and Cheddar was 4th. 3, Shotgun Jerry was 3rd. 1-5 favorite number 4, Early Action, the winner for Guy Gagnon. 5, RJ Super Freak was 2nd. And 6, Sports Activator finished 5th. From the top down, your program should read 6-4-3-1-2-5. The fractions 27 and 3 to the quarter, 57 and 2 to the half, 125 and 1 at 3/4, 153 flat, the winning mile for Early Action.
I've known Robbie Robinson for the entire time that I've been in this business. It started at KPR. We worked in the same barn. And I always looked up to Robbie, and I learned a lot from him. He was a great go-to driver, and he's a sensational trainer, and especially with young horses. And I would like to congratulate Robbie on his success over the last 40 years since I've known him. He's a great guy, and congratulations.
Race 3 is coming up next. Thanks again, John McMillan, for that message on Robbie Robinson Appreciation Night here at Rideau Carleton. We're celebrating Robbie, a great horseman who's been part of the Rideau Carleton community for years and years. He retired from parimutuel driving after his April 27th win, driving McWicked Time, but he's still a part of this track's history and still training and even driving in the odd qualifier. Here comes the post parade for race 3. These pacers are non-winners of $3,500 in their last 5 starts, also eligible $15,000 claimers, and also eligible non-winners of $30,000 lifetime. They race for a purse of $7,000. Number 1 is No Sport Pun Intended, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa with Lloyd Howley of Cars Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Robert Shepard. 2 is Smiling Billy the Kid, who goes aluminum to steel shoes up front. He is owned and trained by Benoit Hébert of Papineauville, Quebec, and driven by Pascal Berube. 3 is current 3-5 favorite Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario and Antonio Belfiore of Sudbury with Melanie Leach of Kemptville, Ontario. Steve Bellil trains and Guy Gagnon is back in the bike. 4 is Gascoigne Sunday, owned by trainer-driver John McMillan, along with Aidan Keeley-Griffiths, both of Odessa, Ontario. 5 is Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated, Châteauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. And on the outside, number 6 is Duck Dynasty, owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, along with Santo Barilla of Metcalfe, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's your field of 6 for upcoming Race 3, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. Just a note, there's a couple of claims later in the card. Race 6, number 7, Beach Roller, has been claimed. Again, Beach Roller, the 7 in Race 6. A claim entered there. And also in Race 8, number 4, Day Trader, has been claimed. We're taking a closer look now at the even money favorite in Race 3. It's number 3, Woodmere Gaelic. A beaten 3-5 favorite in his most recent start. He's making a quick turnaround. He was briefly parked first over on the first turn when winner Springbridge Jim advanced to the early lead here Wednesday. Woodmere Gaelic pocketed up near the quarter, gapping second at the top of the stretch. He gained ground late in the field's fastest closing quarter of 28-1. He also paced the fastest individually timed mile of his career, 1:52.3. He's up in class, but Guy Gagnon, 2 for 2 so far on tonight's card. He went 6 for 6 in the first 6 races a week ago, totaling 8 wins on the card. So it's never a bad thing to have Guy Gagnon in the driver's seat, as he is on the 3 here, the 6-5 co-favorite. Glenn Pearson sees it a little differently. He is going for front end loving number 1, no sport pun intended, on top of his ticket. That went back down to second last at the start from post 6 on Sunday. Had a first over move at the half and advanced uncovered the 3/4, flushing out Duck Dynasty on the final turn. No sport pun intended went 3 wide for the stretch drive, coming home in the field's co-fastest last quarter of 28 flat for 4th. He's 5-1 right now. A great price if you like him to win. Number 1, no sport pun intended. I'm using that one second, going with number 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, on top of my ticket, who has just dropped to 6-5, making him the favorite. He looks like Pascal Berube's choice over no sport pun intended here. All 8 of Smiling Billy the Kid's 2024 wins were for Berube at this track. Smiling Billy the Kid was first to the front Sunday, got overtaken by Arizona Jackson on the first turn. Then Captain of Rock and Roll swept past both to take charge in front of the grandstand. Smiling Billy the Kid closed in the field's co-second fastest, 28-2 for place, behind that front-end winner, Captain of Rock and Roll, not part of this field. The starter has called the field for race 3. Still time to wager. Support going towards the 2, Smiling Billy the Kid for Pascal Berube here. Aluminum to steel up front, the shoeing change, getting some attention. They're lining up now. 1 is no sport pun intended, Robert Shepard. 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, Pascal Berube. 3, Woodmere Gaelic, Guy Gagnon. 4, Gascoigne Sunday, John McMillan. 5, Love My Rockin' Bird, Marie-Claude Auger. And on the outside, 6, Duck Dynasty, Stéphane Pouliot. They're lined up on the turn. The starting gate has entered the backstretch. They're perfectly lined up for the start of race 3. They're off and pacing. Smiling Billy the Kid moving to the lead, leaving aggressively from the outside post. Duck Dynasty for Stéphane Pouliot, going to cross over and clear to the front. That puts Smiling Billy the Kid into the pocket ahead of no sport pun intended 3rd. Back and forth is Woodmere Gaelic. 5th, Love My Rockin' Bird, and trailing to the opening quarter, Gascoigne Sunday. They're single file at the moment, reaching that point in 27-1, fastest opening quarter of the night, and it's a couple of lengths now. The gap between Duck Dynasty and next closest Smiling Billy the Kid as they pass in front of the tote board the first time. No sport pun intended, still sitting 3rd ahead of Woodmere Gaelic, Love My Rockin' Bird, and the trailer Gascoigne Sunday as they circle the second turn now, approaching the halfway point. Woodmere Gaelic has stepped out from 4th and forces the hand of Robert Shepard. Underway now with no sport pun intended, 56-4 to the half, and still up front, but his lead diminishing. Duck Dynasty is being challenged by a first over, no sport pun intended. 2nd on the outside, 3rd on the inside with no racing room, Smiling Billy the Kid. 2nd over in 4th, Woodmere Gaelic, following from 5th and lacking racing room as well. That's Love My Rockin' Bird, and at the back of the field, Gascoigne Sunday, 1:24 3 2 3/4, and up front. The heat has been turned up for Duck Dynasty as no sport, pun intended, comes to him, and the stretch looms ahead. Here's a 3-wide Woodmere Gaelic. Smiling Billy the Kid trying to find racing room. Gascoigne Sunday still at the back of the field. Woodmere Gaelic out sprinting. Love My Rockin' Bird to the wire. Smiling Billy the Kid third in this 154 flat mile. Some close quarters there in the stretch as Guy Gagnon goes 3 for 3. Woodmere Gaelic, the race winner. On the run behind him briefly there, Smiling Billy the Kid on the gallop. The AGCO judges have just informed me that they're looking into possible braking rule violation by number 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, in race 3. The inquiry posted again on that break by the 2 in the stretch drive of race 3. The unofficial top 4 order of finish has been posted. 3, Woodmere Gaelic, a 5-2 winner for Guy Gagnon. It's his 3rd straight win of the card. 5, Love My Rockin' Bird, closed for place. 3-5 favorite number 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, got rough gated in the stretch traffic and is the subject of the inquiry right now. 6, Duck Dynasty, held on for 4th. The unofficial top 4 order of finish, 3, 5, 2, 6. Please hold all tickets. Now back in the Rideau Carleton winners enclosure. Unofficial race 3 winner, number 3, Woodmere Gaelic. A 6-year-old bay gelding by Stonebridge Terror out of Highland Dancer, owned by Antonio DeMario and Antonio Belfiore of Sudbury, with Melanie Leach of Kemptville, Ontario. Bred by Woodmere Farms, Prince Edward Island, trained by Steve Bellil. And that's 3 straight driving wins for Guy Gagnon. The 154 victory is the first of the year for Woodmere Gaelic. And that's a new lifetime mark as well. Woodmere Gaelic, 154 flat. Congratulations. We're getting another look at the stretch drive. Number 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, is searching for room and goes on a break right about here. The AGCO judges are looking into whether there were any violations of the braking rule by the 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, who finished 3rd in race 3. There has been a placing in race 3. Now displayed a new top 4 order of finish, 3, 5, 6, 1. Number 1, no sport pun intended, has been moved up, as has number 6, Duck Dynasty. Number 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, the subject of the inquiry, has been set back to 5th for failing to lose ground on the continuous break in the stretch and also causing interference to number 1, no sport pun intended. Again, the 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, finished 3rd and will be placed 5th. The new order of finish, 3, 5, 6, 1 after the placing. Race 3 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 3. Number 3, Woodmere Gaelic returns a generous $7.10 to win. The $2.35 exactor pays $52.80. $188.40 for the $1 try, 3-5-6 combination, $525.65 for the $1 superfecta, 3-5-6-1. That's the $1 ticket. The race 3 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, no sport pun intended, was 5th, placed 4th. 3-5 favorite number 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, finished 3rd and was placed 5th for the continuous break in the stretch and interference against the 1. 3, Woodmere Gaelic, the 3rd straight driving win for Guy Gagnon. 4, Gascoigne Sunday, finished 6th. 5, Love My Rockin' Bird, closed for place. And 6, Duck Dynasty, finished 4th and was placed 3rd. From the top down, your program should read 5P4, 3P5, 1, 6, 2, 4P3. The fractions 27 and 1 to the opening quarter, 56 and 4 at the half, 124 and 3 at 3/4, 154 flat. The win by Woodmere Gaelic, a new lifetime mark. Race 4 is coming up next with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and a middle pick 4 wagering. A field of 8 pacers. Light on wins this season. It's a competitive group. 3- and 4-year-old pacers in upcoming race 4. No changes in races 4 or 5. If you're playing the pick 4 that kicks off here, though, the middle pick 4, take note in race 6. A claim is entered on number 7, Beach Roller. I've got a 20-cent pick 4 ticket worked out, costing $12. Here in race 4, I'm just using 2 horses. Pascal Berube, aboard number 2, hands off, nose in, the half-brother to Tignanello. Also the 6, Wicked Move, Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon, needs no explanation, even money right now. Race 5, going with the 1, Gator Hanover, the 2, Dillon's Bank, and the 4, Sea Laird. 3 and 5 in race 6, Shadow Dave for Mike Healy, and the 5, Newscaster for Luc Loyer and Ryan Guy looks very good there. And going with all 5 of them in race 7, a 5-horse field, I think the trip determines the winner in race 7. Very evenly matched. That's a $12 ticket, 20-cent base wager. The middle pick 4 tonight at Rideau Carleton kicks off here in race 4. The horses are coming on track for the post parade. These pacers are non-winners of $8,000. Lifetime allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible 20,000 claimers for non-winners of $15,000 lifetime. The purse, $5,800. Leading the post parade, number 1 is DJ Cowboy, owned by Brady Doyle, Stratford, Prince Edward Island, trained by Mike Armstrong. Ryan Guy drives. He's the 8-5 co-favorite. 2 is Hands Off, Nose In, owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau, along with Marc Bélanger and Jean-Louis Chartier, all of Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. Making his Rideau debut, number 3, Set the Tone, owned and trained by Michel Audet of Bécancour, Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 4 is Little Cassara, owned by Ross Hitchens of Westbrook, Ontario, trained by Cara Stacey. Clark Stacey drives. 5 is CB Caper, owned by Lloyd Howley of Cars Ontario, trained and driven by Mike Armstrong. 6 is Wicked Move, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer. Guy Gagnon, 3 for 3 tonight, is aboard the 6, Wicked Move. 7 is I Bet You a Kiss, owned by driver Robert Shepard of Mirabel, Quebec, trained by Christine Beaulieu. And on the far outside, number 8, All-Star Ballerina, owned by Santo Barilla, Metcalfe, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's your field of 8 pacers for upcoming race 4. No changes. Exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering. We're zooming in on number 1, DJ Cowboy, a pace setter on June 1st at this track for the returning Ryan Guy. He encountered interference from a horse who is part of this field, the 2, hands off, nose in, who had a different driver than Pascal Berube last start. DJ Cowboy was interfered with, ended up finishing third, but was placed second due to the interference. He's got rail advantage here, and his most recent victory was back on April 27th. That was a front-end trip for Ryan Guy, wiring from post 2, and beating the very good filly, Kiki D. Hanover. 6-5 favorite, DJ Cowboy. I would consider the driver change on number 2, hands off, nose in, currently 5-1. He's reunited with Pascal Berube. Hands off, nose in, the half-brother to Tignanello, crossed over from post 8 at Hippodrome 3R on May 11th to win with a first-over trip, pressing the pace of On Cruise Control the entire mile. He out-sprinted him in the stretch to win as 6-5 favorite. Hands off, nose in was first over off the gate, then back down to third. He was first over from third at the half, outside of leader DJ Cowboy at 3/4. And then he bore in his last start, causing a brief break by DJ Cowboy. Hands off, nose in was set back to last. I think the reunion with the drummer Pascal Berube here means he's playable in this field, especially at this price. Glenn Pearson looking to the 6 Wicked Move, 2 for 2 since joining forces with Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer. Wicked Move overcame interference on the final turn Sunday for a second straight win from an outside post on a class hike. 5-2 right now on the 6 Wicked Move. If you're part of the crowd watching how Guy Gagnon is doing tonight, he's 3 for 3 so far, and that's his horse here, the 6 Wicked Move. Another at a price I'd be watching. She has some closing power. Glenn's third choice, as well as mine. Number 4, Little Casara, who had 2 2024 victories here last August for a visiting Samuel Filion. She wired for Clark Stacey in a 4-horse May 25th qualifier, holding off the first over, I Bet You a Kiss, by a length and a half. She closed 3 wide Sunday to finish 4th. That's the 4, Little Casara, 13-1. And again, the 1, DJ Cowboy, still the favorite at 6-5. He sprinted to the lead from the rail on Sunday and then faced that interference from hands off, nose in at 3/4 when that rival bore in. There was a brief break, but DJ Cowboy reset quickly. He was out-sprinted in the stretch by Wicked Move and hands off, nose in. Hands off, nose in. The number 2 here was set back to last. Let's see if he can mind his manners in upcoming race 4, which kicks off our middle pick 4 sequence at Rideau Carleton. The starter has called the field for race 4. A nice betting race. Field of 8 to kick off the middle pick 4. 1 is DJ Cowboy for Ryan Guy. 2, hands off, nose in, Pascal Berube. 3, Set the Tone, Marie-Claude Auger. 4, Little Casara, Clark Stacey. 5, CB Caper, Mike Armstrong. 6, Wicked Move, Guy Gagnon. 7, I Bet You a Kiss, Robert Shepard. And 8, All-Star Ballerina, Stéphane Pouliot. They're lined up, except DJ Cowboy, a couple of lengths behind the others. The starting gate is moving on to the backstretch. They're approaching the start. They're off and pacing. DJ Cowboy leaving for Ryan Guy, being cycled back to sit the pocket early. That's hands off, nose in, and caught out there. Racing wide early, Wicked Move is third and continuing to retreat to settle a length and a half behind hands off, nose in. who now sits the pocket behind leader DJ Cowboy en route to the opening quarter. Following from fourth is I Bet You a Kiss, just ahead of Set the Tone, 27-4, setting the tone on the front end. DJ Cowboy getting the preferred front end trip and leading by about a length and a half over Hands Off, Nose In. From third, it's Wicked Move. Fourth, I Bet You a Kiss. Fifth is Set the Tone. Sixth, Little Casara. Seventh, along the inside, CB Caper. And stepping out from the back of the field now, All-Star Ballerina underway second over. She's flushed out Little Casara. The field has gone past the half in 58-3. Still led by DJ Cowboy, keeping just over a length ahead of the pocket, sitting Hands Off, Nose In on the backstretch. First over out of third now, Guy Gagnon is asking Wicked Move, who has made a first over move into second, getting the shuffle back on the inside to third. That's Hands Off, Nose In. Second over in fourth and advancing, I Bet You a Kiss. Fifth and nowhere to go for Set the Tone. Third over past three quarters, Little Casara, 127 flat at three quarters. And DJ Cowboy trying to see this through, continuing to lead at the top of the stretch. And the closers are making their move. Here comes Hands Off, Nose In up the inside. Still wide. That's Wicked Move. Still wider. I Bet You a Kiss. They're bearing in. It's DJ Cowboy over Wicked Move. I Bet You a Kiss, 156. A very tight finish in race 4. Number 1, DJ Cowboy with a front end trip. Number 6, Wicked Move coming on down the center of the track. Those two battling right to the wire. Very close there. We'll be waiting for the photo in race 4. There we've got the unofficial top 4 finishers posted. Number 1, DJ Cowboy, a 3-1 winner for Ryan Guy. Over the 6-5 favorite, number 6, Wicked Move, closing very quickly for a tight place finish. 7, I Bet You a Kiss, was third. And number 2, Hands Off, Nose In, was moving up the inside path and finished fourth. 1, 6, 7, 2, the unofficial top 4 order of finish for race 4. Please hold all tickets. Guy's win streak has been broken after 3 tonight, but we're looking at Guy in the winner's circle. Ryan Guy, winning front-end trip for number 1, DJ Cowboy in race 4, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Stay Hungry out of Western Jewel, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, Prince Edward Island. Bred by 83 Racing, Toronto, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong. That's a second win this season in start number 7 for DJ Cowboy. 156 flat, a new lifetime mark. Congratulations DJ Cowboy. Race 4 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 4. Number 1, DJ Cowboy returns $8.20 to win. The $2.16 exactor pays 26 even. $52.75 for the $1 triactor, 167, and the $1 superfecta, 1672, comes back $115.60. The race 4 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, DJ Cowboy, the race winner for Ryan Guy. 2, Hands Off Nose In, finished 4th. 3, Set to Tone was 5th. 4, Little Casara was 6th. 5, CB Caper, 7th. 6, Wicked Move was 2nd as beaten 6-5 favorite. 7, I Bet You a Kiss, finished 3rd. And 8, All Star Ballerina was 8th. From the top down, your program should read 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 8. The fractions were 27 and 4 to the quarter, 58 and 3 at the half, 127 flat at 3/4, 156 flat, a new lifetime mark in the second seasonal win for DJ Cowboy. Race 5 is coming up next. No changes here. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering available. 1 to 9. The price for number 2, Dylan's Bank. Glenn Pearson's top selection. My second choice, I'm always looking for more of a price. But I also tend to box tickets, so I wouldn't rule out Dylan's Bank getting another win for Guy Gagnon, the trainer and driver now of the John McMillan-owned Pacer. 3 straight wins together. Dylan's Bank, Glenn's top choice. He likes the 3 Mockart in Motion to place, and then Gator Hanover from the rail. in the show spot, and he's going to the 4, Sea Laird, to complete his ticket. I'm trying Gator Hanover to win here. He has just one win so far this season over a sloppy track at half-mile Flamborough Downs. He's 4-1. Pascal Berube getting the catch drive here for the Mike Armstrong trainee who was claimed at Sarnia May 17th. Let's see how he likes Rideau Carleton. 7 wins last season for Gator Hanover. Dillon's Bank, almost certain to be part of it. I have him second in my ticket, but again, I'd consider boxing the tickets here. Sea Laird and Tough Cooper round out my ticket. These horses are coming towards the track now for the Race 5 Post Parade. Here comes the post parade for Race 5. These pacers are $10,500 claimers racing for a purse of $6,000. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Gator Hanover, owned by Rachel Burns, Tyler and Nancy Moore, all of Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Pascal Berube. 4-5 favorite, number 2, Dillon's Bank, owned by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 3 is Mock Art in Motion, owned, trained, and driven by Jason Gilchrist of Prescott, Ontario. 4 is Sea Laird, owned by Darren Tingley of Wendover, Ontario, with Dwayne Tingley of Timberlea, Nova Scotia, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. 5 is Tough Cooper, owned by Antonio DeMario and Antonio Belfiore of Sudbury, Ontario, trained by Steve Belial, Clark Stacy drives. And completing this field from post 6, 88 Fingers Louie, co-owned by trainer-driver Ryan Guy with Sharon Christie of South Mountain, Ontario. That's your field for upcoming Race 5. No changes, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We're getting a better look at the 4-5 favorite. Number 2, Dillon's Bank. Undefeated for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon in 3 straight starts here, racing on or near the pace throughout the mile. Dillon's Bank faces some strong class droppers here. Still the 4-5 favorite though, and no reason to stay away from Dillon's Bank, winning by some very strong margins back on May 18th. It was 13 open lengths. 3/4 of a length on May 25th, and then 5 3/4 lengths on June 1st. So certainly a horse you need to put either on top of your ticket, or if you're going for something else like me, you've got to box the ticket or set it up some way that Dillon's Bank is a potential winner. I am trying the 1 though, Gator Hanover, as my top choice here. He reeled off a 3-race win streak at 5/8 mile Georgian Downs last June 18th through July 9th, wiring for previous connections. Gator Hanover set the pace in his Rideau debut on August 4th at the preferred handicap level last year, under pressure from the light speed to the quarter and again on the final turn. As mentioned, Gator Hanover got claimed May 17th at Sarnia. He trailed throughout at Flamborough Downs on May 29th, but that was from post 7. Definitely not ideal at Flamborough. Class and post relief here for number 1, Gator Hanover. Another I'd consider here is the 3, Mockart in Motion, who has 2 2025 wins at the lower $8,500 claiming tag. He's making a quick turnaround. He got away single file 5th Wednesday, advanced first over on the backstretch, flushing out 4-5 favorite Love My Rockin' Bird at 3/4. Mockart in Motion was 3 wide for the stretch drive, coming home in the field's fastest last quarter of 28-3 for show. 9-1 on the tote board. Another good closer is number 5, Tough Cooper, who was caught first over 5th on the first turn Sunday. He found a place along the pylons before the quarter and came first over 6th past the half. He flushed out A.J. Morelli approaching 3/4 and came home in the field's fastest last quarter of 28 flat for show. That's the 5, Tough Cooper, 9-1 right now for Clark Stacey. They'll be lining up shortly for the start of race 5. Again, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering here. If you haven't made plans for Father's Day yet, it's coming up soon. Sunday, June 15th. You might want to make plans to bring dad or granddad to the track. Live racing, Sundays at 6:30 at Rideau Carleton. We'll also be giving away some North America Cup ball caps on Wednesday, June 11th, 6 p.m. post time. The starter has called the field for race 5. Still a little time to wager as they line up in front of the Rideau Carleton grandstand. 1 is Gator Hanover for Pascal Berube. 2, Dillon's Bank for Guy Gagnon, trying to expand on the 3-race win streak together. 3, Mockart in Motion, Jason Gilchrist. 4, Sea Laird, Robert Shepard. 5, Tough Cooper, Clark Stacey. And 6, 88 Fingers Louie, Ryan Guy. They're on the turn. Gator Hanover lagging slightly behind the rest. Starting gate has turned on to the backstretch. They're quickly approaching the start for race 5. They're off and pacing, dropping back on the inside, Gator Hanover, and on the outside, 88 Fingers Louie taking to the back of the field. An early battle. Dillon's Bank is taking on the first over Sea Laird, who is putting him to the test momentarily, and now Robert Shepard has taken that one back to the pocket behind Dillon's Bank, and Guy Gagnon leading the way to the opening quarter. Sitting third is Gator Gator Hanover ahead of Mock Art in Motion. 27 flat, the fastest first panel of the card thus far. It's Dylan's Bank, who's keeping just over a length ahead of the pocket sitting Sea Laird. It's about a length and a half back to Gator Hanover third, followed in fourth by Mock Art in Motion. Fifth, Tough Cooper, trailing the field 88 Fingers Louis. Single file into the second turn. Lots of respect for Dylan's Bank. No challengers yet as he and Guy Gagnon lead the way to the halfway point, reaching it in 56 and 4. He's leading by a length and a half over Sea Laird, who continues to sit the loose pocket. Looking live now from third, Gator Hanover, looking like he's about to make a first over move for Pascal Berube. Gapping in fourth, that's Mock Art in Motion. Underway from the back of the field, Tough Cooper on the outside of 88 Fingers Louis, 124 and 2 to 3/4, and they're all chasing after Dylan's Bank, who continues to lead the way to the top of the stretch. A perfect pocket ride for Sea Laird, who looks dangerous now. He's moving up the inside. On the outside, Gator Hanover is challenging and chasing home. It's going to be a victory for Sea Laird and Robert Shepard over next closest, Dylan's Bank. Then it's back to Gator Hanover third. Tough Cooper may have got up for fourth in this 152 and 3 mile. A thrilling stretch drive there and a somewhat unexpected winner. Sea Laird, 1 for 10 so far this season. Dylan's Bank, a beaten 1-9 favorite, finishing second, as the unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 5. 7-1, the price on the 4, Sea Laird, the winner for Robert Shepard over the 1-9 beaten favorite. 2, Dylan's Bank, second. 1, Gator Hanover was third. 5, Tough Cooper closed for fourth at odds of 18-1. 4-2-1-5, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 5 winner, number 4, Sea Laird. He's a 9-year-old bay gelding by Custard the Dragon out of Devil Likes It Hot, owned by Darren Tingley of Wendover, Ontario, with Dwayne Tingley of Timberley, Nova Scotia. Sea Laird was bred by Sea Spray Stables Limited of Nanaimo, British Columbia. Trained by Mandy Archer. Driven to victory by Robert Shepard. That's his second win of the season. And a new seasonal mark of 152 and 3 for Sea Laird. Race 5 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 5. Number 4, Sealaird returns $16.90 to win. The $2 4-2 exactor pays $41.90. $57.35 for the $1 triactor for 2-1 combination. The 3-1-4 $1 pick 3 of 3 pays $125.15. $481 and change if you had the dollar pick 4 for 3-1-4 sequence. If you had that for 20 cents, $96.37 for that early pick 4. The $1 superfecta, $206.25 for the 4-2-1-5 ticket. The race 5 rundown is now on your screens. Number 1, Gator Hanover finished third. 1-9 favorite. Number 2, Dillon's Bank was second. 3, Mockart in Motion fifth. 4, Sealaird, the race winner for Robert Shepard. 5, Tough Cooper closed for fourth. 6, 88 Fingers Louie was sixth. From the top down, your program should read 3-2-5-1-4-6. The fractions were 27 flat to the opening quarter, 56-4 at the half, 124-2 at three quarters, 152-3, a new seasonal mark for Sealaird. Race 6 is coming up next on the pace. Exactor, Triactor, Pick 5, and Super High 5 available on the wagering menu. Number 7, Beach Roller, has a claim entered. It's a competitive field of 9 pacers. I've narrowed down to just a couple here to try to keep the cost of the ticket reasonable. Going with the 3, Shadow Dave for Mike Healy, a 3-time winner last season. I think he fits well here. Also, the 5, Newscaster, my spot play. 5-1 currently for Luc Loyer and Ryan Guy. Going with All in race 7, a field of 5. I think any of them can win that. Singling the 3, Carson Star Choice in race 8, where number 4, Day Trader, has been claimed. Also singling in race 9, the 5, I Am a Rocket, stepping down from the preferred handicap level for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. And widening it out in race 10, 5 possibilities there, using the 2, Best Girl in Town, the 7, Simply the Best, the 3, Rose Run Astro, the 4, La Barbe, and also the 5, My Midnight Lover, from that field of 9 in race 10. Horses are approaching the track now for the race 6 post parade. The race 6 pacers are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 or a race in 2024-2025. Allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts. They're racing for a purse of $5,200. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Better Catch Girl, owned by a numbered Quebec or a numbered Canadian corporation, that is, of Gloucester, Ontario, with trainer Vic Putty of Mountain, Ontario. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 2 is Bad Apple, owned by Leah Rose Laverne of Papineauville, Quebec, trained by Benoit Hébert, driven by Pascal Berube. 3 is Shadow Dave, owned by Anne Lamarande of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Mike Healy. 4 is Uber Hanover, owned by Nicole Corbin of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, trained by Yves Corbin. Jason Gilchrist drives. 5 is Newscaster, owned and trained by Luc Loyer of Gatineau, Quebec. Ryan Guy drives. Six is Officer Jones, owned by Limco Incorporated, Shadowgate, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty. Clark Stacy is in the sulky. 7, Beach Roller has been claimed. He's currently owned by Gilbert Mercier of Gatineau, Quebec, who also trains. Guy Gagnon drives. He's the even money favorite right now. 8 is Hella's Rocket, owned by Alexis Zilke of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Sebastian Turenne. Completing the field from trailing post number 9, Perfect Dalliance, owned and trained by Jennifer McBride of Almont, Ontario. Robert Shepard drives. That's your field of 9 for upcoming race 6, exactor, triactor, pick 5, and high 5 wagering. Not a lot of changes in this pick 5 sequence. The 7, Beach Roller, being claimed, is the only change in race 6. In race 8, also a claim entered on number 4, Day Trader. And in race 10, we have the only equipment change. That's on the 9, Surratt Hanover, going blind to open bridle. No other changes for the pick 5 races. Again, a pick 5, you're selecting 5 straight winners from 5 consecutive races. The high 5, you're looking for the top 5 finishers in order in race 6. The favorite here has a claim entered. Number 7, Beach Roller, 6-5 right now on the tote board. Guy Gagnon has piloted less likely winners to recent victories from various post positions, but I would give this horse cautious support. Beach Roller finished 8th for Guy Gagnon in this 7-time 2024 winners May 4th, 2025 debut here, also from an outside post. I would include this horse in my high 5 ticket. I would not be putting Beach Roller on top of my ticket. I've got the 5, Newscaster, on top. Ryan Guy already with a driving win on the card. DJ Cowboy. The 5 newscaster is getting post and class relief. 2-1 on the tote board right now. He got away last from post 8 on Sunday, tipped 4th over from the back of the field approaching the second turn, and was last at the top of the stretch closing into traffic. I think he gets a better trip here with the improved post position. Another one I like near the top of my ticket is the 3, Shadow Dave, who moves in from post 6. Shadow Dave back down to 3rd along the pylons, behind the front end Sunday winner, Rock and Zeus. He slipped out first over ahead of Sid Hartha at 3/4 and closed in the field's co-fastest last quarter of 29 flat. As did the 4, Uber Hanover. 21-1 right now on the tote board. Uber Hanover came second over from second last on the final turn here Sunday, ending up 5th for driver Ryan Guy, who seems to have selected newscaster this race. Some post relief for Uber Hanover, who wired for Stéphane Brosseau here last June 2nd. Glenn likes the 1, Better Catch Girl, who got parked 4th on the first turn May 28th. She got boxed in and shuffled back on the backstretch. The starter has called the Pacers for race 6. They're lining up now. The one and only Rideau Carleton pick 5 begins here. 1 is Better Catch Girl, Marie-Claude Auger. 2, Bad Apple, Pascal Berube. 3, Shadow Dave, Mike Healy. 4, Uber Hanover, Jason Gilchrist. 5, Newscaster, Ryan Guy. 6, Officer Jones, Clark Stacy. 7, Beach Roller, Guy Gagnon. 8, Hella's Rocket on the outside for Sebastian Turenne. And the trailer is 9, Perfect Dalliance for Robert Shepard. They're all lined up on the turn with the 1 trailer closely behind. They're headed towards the start for race 6 and the Rideau Carleton pick 5. They're off and pacing. Bad Apple is striding out ahead of Better Catch Girl and moving well between horses. Newscaster crossing over and continuing to advance first over in pursuit of Bad Apple. Shuffling back, Better Catch Girl to 3rd along the pylons. Moving up from 4th, that's Perfect Dalliance. And then following that one from 5th and looking to step out already, Beach Roller en route to the 27 flat opening quarter. Newscaster finally finding his way to the lead for Ryan Guy, landing ahead of Bad Apple, who sits a couple of lengths back now in 2nd. Better Catch Girl is 3rd, first over and moving into 4th. Beach Roller following that one on the outside, 2nd over from 6th, and getting underway now. Shadow Dave, they're in pursuit of Newscaster, who leads to the opening half and gets there for Ryan Guy in 57-2. Pressing the pace now, Beach Roller is 2nd outside of Newscaster. 3rd, that's Bad Apple along the pylons. 4th, and moving 2nd over on the outside, Shadow Dave, following from 5th inside, Better Catch Girl. 6th and gaining ground 3rd over, Uber Hanover, approaching 3/4. Following him further back, 4th over, that's Perfect Dalliance, gearing up 3 wide at the back. Hella's Rocket shuffled to last. Officer Jones up front. We've got Beach Roller rolling on the front end, and Shadow Dave is going to come at him down the stretch. Dropping back, Newscaster is trying to make another go of it up the inside path, but Beach Roller looks to roll on for Guy Gagnon's 4th driving win of the card. Shadow Dave 2nd, then finishing 3rd was Newscaster, 155-1. Looking over his shoulder, Guy Gagnon, confident in Beach Roller, who managed to hold off the 2 closers there. Shadow Dave on the outside. Newscaster making another bid up the inside late. Beach Roller getting his first win of the year in 155 and 1. The unofficial top 5 order of finish is now posted for race 6. 4 to 5 favorite from post 7. Beach Roller gets the win for Guy Gagnon. Over 19 to 1 shot number 3, Shadow Dave, closing well for place, ahead of 5, Newscaster, 3rd. 2, Bad Apple, 4th. And 6, Officer Jones, completing the high 5. 7, 3, 5, 2, 6, the unofficial top 5 order of finish in race 6. Please hold all tickets. Back in the Rideau Carleton winner's enclosure, or as close as he wants to be to the winner's circle. Unofficial race 6 winner, number 7, Beach Roller, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach out of Rollin' Back to Me. Owned and trained by Gilbert Mercier, Gatineau, Quebec. Bred by Blue Chip Bloodstock Incorporated of Wallkill, New York. That's a 4th driving win of the card for Guy Gagnon. And the first win of the year for Beach Roller in start number 6 of the year, 155 and 1. A winning 4 to 5 favorite to kick off the pick 5. As we wait for race 6 to go official, just a reminder, the Ontario Sire Stakes will be coming to Rideau Carleton on Sunday, August 24th. The 3-year-old pacing fillies, both grassroots and gold divisions. Mark your calendars. Some top-notch pacing action. The Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old grassroots and gold pacing fillies. Sunday, August 24th, here at Rideau Carleton. And race 6 is now official. Prices are posted for race 6. Number 7, Beach Roller, returns $3.60 to win. The $2.73 exactor pays $45.20. It's $77.30 for the $1 triactor 735 combination. If you had the 20-cent super high five, congratulations. $409.96 for the 20-cent super high five combination, 73526. The race 6 rundown is now on your screens. Number 1, Better Catch Girl, finished 6th. 2, Bad Apple was 4th. 3, Shadow Dave, 2nd. 4, Uber Hanover, 8th. 5, Newscaster was 3rd. 6, Officer Jones, 5th. 7, Beach Roller, a winning 4-5 favorite for Guy Gagnon. 8, Hella's Rocket was 9th. And 9, Perfect Dalliance, 7th. From the top down, your program should read 6-4-1-2. No, 6-4-2-8-3-5-1-9-7. The fractions: 27 flat to the quarter, 57 and 2 at the half, 125 and 4 at 3/4, 155 and 1. The winning mile for Beach Roller. Beach Roller was claimed in race 6 for a price of $8,500 and moves to owner William Gibson and trainer Brian Gibson.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gordon McDonald, President of the National Capital Region Harness Horse Association. On behalf of myself, our Executive Director, John McMillan, our Secretary-Treasurer, Michelle Jerome, and our backstretch rep, Julie Ferguson, I just want to thank you very much for the opportunity to sit here and extend our congratulations to Robbie Robinson as he retires from driving standardbred racehorses, which he has done now for over 40 years in this industry, 25 of those at Rideau Carleton. He's got over $5.2 million in earnings as a driver. He's driven some 10,798 races. And Robbie, congratulations on the over 1,100 wins that you've got in this industry. It's been an amazing career. I wish you well on your retirement from the driving side of the business, and certainly wish you well on your continued training efforts in this industry. Thank you very much. Have a great day, everyone. And again, congratulations to you, Robbie.
Busy lives make special moments that much more important with family, with colleagues, with loved ones and friends. But sometimes the circumstances change suddenly and emergency services are needed. When every second counts, would you know what to do?
St. John Ambulance is here to help with the most comprehensive first aid and CPR training programs conveniently scheduled at times that work for you. Just one course could save someone you love. Book online or call today. St. John Ambulance, saving lives at work, home, and play.
Race 7 is coming up next here at Rideau Carleton. We're celebrating the achievements of Robbie Robinson. A message there from the National Capital Region Harness Horse Owners President Gordon McDonald. Just a little earlier, saluting Robbie's achievements as he's stepped back from full-time parimutuel driving, but you can still catch him here training and owning at Rideau Carleton and driving in the occasional qualifier. Congratulations, Robbie. Moving on in race 7. This is a field of 5, and they are very hard to separate, in my opinion. I went with all in the first leg of our late pick 4. 20-cent ticket mapped out here, costing just $5. So going all in race 7, but singling Guy Gagnon's number 3, Carson Star Choice, in upcoming race 8. Note that the 4, Day Trader, has been claimed in race 8. In race 9, I'm also singling a Guy Gagnon trained and driven horse, dropping down from the preferred handicap class. Number 5, I Am a Rocket. Race 10, field of 9, and using a number of them. This is a light on wins group. Number 2, Best Girl in Town for Melanie Plourde, I think can possibly pull the upset here. A 5-time winner last season, based at this track. 7, Simply the Best, has a good record going. 1 for 3 this year, finishing second in the other 2 starts for Marc-Andre Simoneau. Pascal Berube driving that 3-year-old filly. Tough post. The 3 is Rose Run Astro in race 10. I like that one. Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon coming in from Ohio for a Rideau debut. Also using 4 La Barbe for Stéphane Pouliot, trainer-driver. That one a winner on May 21st at a lower level here. And the 5, My Midnight Lover, coming in off a going-away victory on June 1st, Ryan Guy picking up the catch drive on that Eric Leffler trainee, a 3-year-old filly, My Midnight Lover. Some good results this season, hitting the board in 5 of 8 starts. So that's a $5 ticket. The only changes in that sequence, again, in race 9, there is a bridle change. Sorry, race 10, there is a bridle change on the 9, Surratt Hanover. And the claim entered on the 4-day trader in race 8. There were no other changes. In race 10, the last leg of the pick for the 9, Surratt Hanover, going blind to open for Denis Maisonneuve and driver Robert Shepard. Something to keep in mind if you're playing the late pick 4 that begins here in race 7. The post parade is coming towards the track now from the backstretch. Great to see the crowd here tonight enjoying the snack bar and picnic tables and the strong wagering card. If you're back on Wednesday, June 11th, we're going to be giving away some North America Cup baseball caps, so mark it down. Here come the Pacers for the race 7 post parade. Non-winners of $900 per start in their last 10, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $125. The purse, $6,400. One is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy of Iroquois, Ontario, trained by John McMillan. Robert Shepard drives. 2 is Time to Dancing, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 3 is Arizona Jackson, owned by Robin Morley of Mildmay, Ontario, trained by Cara Stacey. Clark Stacey is in the sulky. 4 is Mickey Makes Some Speed, owned and trained by Marc-André Simoneau of Trois-Rivières, Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. Completing this field of 5, Flash Cube, owned by Yvon Mondoux, Morin Heights, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's your field of 5 Pacers for upcoming race 7. No changes, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering. Three to 2 right now on the tote board. Number 5, Flash Cube, is the favorite and Glenn Pearson's top choice this race. Lots to like about Flash Cube. He isn't my top choice here. He was a beaten 4-5 favorite, though, in his most recent start. I thought he had every chance to catch the pace setter, Stonebridge Hermes, with a first over trip on Sunday. Flash Cube got up to the saddle number on the second turn, but never cleared. He held off a wall of closers to finish second. His most recent win was an off-the-pace victory on January 15th at Flamborough. However, Flash Cube was also a going-away winner at a higher Rideau level last year on June 13th. So, not sure which Flash Cube will show up here. That was a good place finish, June 1st, but the fact that he never cleared Stonebridge Hermes convinced me to look elsewhere. Glenn's got him on top of the ticket. He's my place horse. Glenn is going with the 3 Arizona Jackson to place, then the 1 Monty's Gone Marble, and completing his ticket with the 4 Mickey Makes Some Speed. I am looking to Time to Dancing, 10-1 right now. I'm playing him back. I'm putting Flash Cube second, going with Arizona Jackson third, and then Monty's Gone Marble fourth. The 2 Time to Dancing and Stéphane Pouliot settled single file fourth behind the front end winner, Stonebridge Hermes, on Sunday. They were flushed out first over approaching the second turn, which in turn flushed out Flash Cube past the half. Time to Dancing advanced second over, but was gapping cover to 3/4. He was coming on again in the stretch and looked like he was caught between horses in traffic. He wired on a May 4th class drop. This is his second consecutive start at the lowest classification he's been at this year. 10-1 on number 2, Time to Dancing. I went with all in this opening leg of the late pick 4 here. I think the trip will determine it. The 3 Arizona Jackson, another strong possibility here from post 3 for Clark Stacey. Arizona Jackson battled to make the early lead Sunday, was overtaken by Captain of Rock and Roll in front of the grandstand. He left the pocket for the stretch drive and got edged out for place by Smiling Billy the Kid. He's got some class relief. 3-1 right now, number 3, Arizona Jackson. And what about the rail horse? 3-1 on Monty's Gone Marble. He had 2 wins last year with pocket rides for 2 different drivers. He had a similar trip on April 20th to win for Pascal Berube. That was his only win this year. Monty's Gone Marble backpedaled to 5th off the gate Sunday. He came home in the field's fastest closing quarter, 27-4. The starter has called the field for race 7. This is your last chance tonight to play the pick 4 at Rideau Carleton. A compact field of 5 nice pacers lining up now. 1 is Monty's Gone Marble for Robert Shepard. 2, Time to Dancing, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, Arizona Jackson, Clark Stacey. 4, Mickey Makes Some Speed, Pascal Berube. And on the outside, 5, Flash Cube for Guy Gagnon. They're all in line on the turn. The starting gate is on the backstretch. They're lined up and they're off and pacing in race 7. Moving to the front from the inside, Monty's Gone Marble has company on the outside as Time to Dancing is advancing, as is Arizona Jackson, 3 wide and caught out there. Now second over in 4th, Flash Cube at the back of the field, but changing that by moving up the pylons. Mickey Makes Some Speed into 4th. Flash Cube shuffled to last. They've sorted things out en route to the opening quarter. That's Arizona Jackson leading the way, 27-1, and he is shadowed by Monty's Gone Marble from the pocket. Gap back, a short gap to Time to Dancing, who sits 3rd just ahead of Mickey Makes Some Speed, and Flash Cube can see them all. They head around the second turn with Arizona Jackson continuing on the front end unchallenged and stalked closely by Monty's Gone Marble to the half, reached in 57 and 2, a 30 and 1 second panel there for Arizona Jackson. Monty's Gone Marble is followed by Time to Dancing, tightening up third. Here's a first over move into fourth for Flash Cube, following his cover second over from the back of the field now. Mickey Makes Some Speed getting involved. They're chasing after leader Arizona Jackson as he continues on the front end to 3/4. First over pressure now from Flash Cube up there in second, 126 and 2 at 3/4. Dueling on the front end, Flash Cube on the outside, Arizona Jackson on the inside. Mickey Makes Some Speed, second over and looking to swing wide late, searching for room up the inside. Monty's Gone Marble, Arizona Jackson, Flash Cube, Mickey Makes Some Speed, widest of all. Arizona Jackson is going to get there by a neck over Flash Cube. Then it was Mickey Makes Some Speed, Monty's Gone Marble, and Time to Dancing, 154 and 3. Arizona Jackson gets a victory for Clark Stacey in race 7. 154 and 3, holding off a fast closing Flash Cube. The unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 7 at odds of 8 to 5. Number 3, Arizona Jackson. A mild upset for driver Clark Stacey, finishing ahead of 5, Flash Cube, second as beaten 4 to 5 favorite. 4, Mickey Makes Some Speed was third, and 1, Monty's Gone Marble, finished fourth. 3, 5, 4, 1. Unofficial top 4 finishers for race 7. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner circle for the first time this season. Unofficial winner of race 7, number 3,
Arizona Jackson, who is now the official winner. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Arizona Beach, owned by Robin Morley of Mildmay, Ontario. Also his breeder, trained by Kara Stacey, driven by Clark Stacey. The first win this year for Arizona Jackson in start number 8, 154-3. Welcome back to the winner's circle, a horse with a lot of back class, Arizona Jackson. Prices are now posted for race 7, number 3. Arizona Jackson pays $5.50 to win. The $2 exactor will get back to the $1 pick 3, 473, 3 of 3, $256.10 or $51.22 if you had it for 20 cents. $1,434 for the $1 pick 4, 1 4 7 3 combination, 4 of 4. If you had it for 20 cents, $286.86 for that pick 4. The exactor, 3.5, $13.40, $31.25 for the try, $3.54, and $39.80 for the $1 superfecta, $3.541. The race 7 rundown is now posted. 1, Monty's Gone Marble was 4th. 2, Time to Dancing 5th. 3, Arizona Jackson, the winner for Clark Stacey. 4, Mickey Makes Some Speed was 3rd. And 4 to 5 favorite number 5, Flash Cube was 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 4, 5, 1, 3, 2. The fractions, 27 and 1 to the quarter, 57 and 2 at the half, 126 and 2 at 3/4, 154 and 3, the seasonal best, the first 2025 victory for Arizona Jackson.
Oh, I'd like to thank all the people that supported me over the years, my wife and my son for putting up with me, and all the owners that I've had over the years. It all started back in Kingston when I was about 14 years old with a man named Peter Carfa. He was an Italian barber and was a great guy. And all the people that have put me down over the years to drive horses. I got so many friends to thank. I could go on forever listing them, so I don't want to prioritize anybody over the other, but I'd like to thank the fans upstairs. I've got to, over the last 10 years, got to know a lot of the people up there, so I have a bit of a relationship with them, and Yeah, I'll still be around. So it's been a great time, and I'd like to thank everybody that's been part of it.
Because it's Robbie Robinson Appreciation Night here at Rideau Carleton, we direct your attention to the winner's circle. We're marking Robbie's retirement from parimutuel driving with a presentation. A lot of his friends and fellow horsemen there to celebrate with him in the winner's circle as track photographer Benton Nielsen captures the moment. Robbie hanging up the driving colors after his April 27th victory with McWicked Time. Robbie retired from driving with 1,126 driving wins from 10,797 recorded drives. He also drove at fairs and had a few drives before the digital records caught up. His purse winnings as a driver over $4.6 million across his career. Robbie won his first parimutuel drive at Kingston Park with a horse called Karen's Happy Lad when he first got into driving. And as mentioned, he went out a winner at Rideau Carleton with the classy McWicked Time on April 27th. John McMillan, a great friend of Robbie, joining him in the winner's circle. And Robbie, a great friend to Rideau Carleton. Stepping out of the winner's circle now and waving. Give him some applause. Robbie Robinson, thanks for everything. A great driving career. All the best to you and your horses going forward. Race 8 is coming up next. A field of 9 pacers. A claim entered on the 4 Day Trader, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering. The only change in this sequence, besides the claim, is the bridle change on the 9 Surratt Hanover in race 10, the last leg of this pick 3. Surratt Hanover, the 9 in race 10, going blind to open bridle. Glenn Pearson likes Day Trader on top of his ticket from Mandy Archer and Robert Shepard. I'm using him third in mine. My top choice here, 3 to 5 right now on the tote board. Number 3, Carson Star Choice for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. Everybody remembers this horse from last year, the Better Than Cheddar gelding, with a 14 wins, I should say, from 45 starts. He had a 7-race win streak going at one point. Carson Star Choice likes to win. 3 to 5 right now from post 3. I like the 2 Sunny Bow in the place spot. Glenn's using that one, 4th in his ticket. He's got the 1 Silverado, the likely pace setter here for Wayne LaViolette and Ryan Guy in the show spot. And I'm using Day Trader third in my ticket behind Sunny Bow. I think the 5 Always Your Way should be part of this as well. 10 to 1 right now for the 5 Always Your Way.
Remember, Clark Stacey just won with Arizona Jackson in race 7. He could step up again here with this long shot, always your way. A competitive field of 9 coming up in race 8. Here comes the Race 8 Post Parade. These are $8,500 claimers on the pace, racing for a purse of $5,600. I've been told about a special birthday, but the person might want to celebrate after race 8. We'll get around to it after the race. Meanwhile, leading the post parade, number 1, Silver Rideau, owned and trained by Wayne LaViolette of Dunrobin, Ontario. Ryan Guy drives. 2 is Sunny Bow, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The even money current favorite is the 3, Carson Star Choice, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated, with Seth McLeod of Gatineau, Quebec. Guy Gagnon trains and drives. Claim entered on number 4, Day Trader, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. 5 is Always Your Way, owned by Jamie and Sonia Johnson of Edwards, Ontario. Jamie Johnson trains, Clark Stacey drives. 6 is Party Vibes, back on Lasix tonight for owner Jean Laroche, who co-owns with André Pelletier, both of Saint-Agapit, Quebec. Marc-André Simoneau trains, Jason Gilchrist is in the bike. 7 is Rockin' My Dream, owned and trained by Alain Martin, Gatineau, Quebec. Mike Healy drives. On the outside, number 8, Dr. Mickey, owned and trained by Paul Laframboise, Lange Gardienne, Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger drives. And from trailing post 9, it's Big Pete Style for owner Rachel Burns of Cardinal, Ontario. Mike Armstrong trains. Pascal Berube is in the sulky. The also eligible does not draw in. It's a field of 9 for upcoming race 8. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering. We're getting a better look, although he's in the trees at the moment. He'll come out shortly. There he is, number 3, Carson Star Choice. We're getting a good look at that 6-5 favorite. He and Guy Gagnon finally draw inside after back-to-back starts from tough outside posts. Carson Star Choice, one going away May 14th, his most recent start from a better post position. He was second over third to follow Sunchip on the first turn here Sunday, briefly 3 wide before gradually landing on the lead past the quarter and under pressure from the first over Midnight Mood along the backstretch. They matched strides around the final turn before Carson Star Choice faded late. So the sustained pressure took its toll on him, but a great post to work with here. Post 3, Carson Star Choice, 6-5 favorite. I think the 2 Sunny Bow is overlooked a little. He's 5-1. He was a non-factor after an overland trip from the back of the field Sunday, but he has 2 wins at the $8,500 claiming tag on April 20th and May 4th, racing on or near the front end. He gets post and class relief here. That's the 2 Sunny Bow. Claim entered on the 4. Day Trader, a beaten 3-5 favorite who got squeezed back to 4th along the inside off the gate Sunday. Day Trader was second over from 4th to chase the cover of Midnight Mood, approaching the second turn and 3 wide. Around the dueling Carson Star Choice and Midnight Mood on the final turn, he made front and deep stretch but got mowed down by Silver Beast and the place finisher that race, who happens to be 9-1 on the tote board right now from post 5, Always Your Way. That's a horse who could upset here. He closed from 7th to 2nd in the stretch for Clark Stacey last race, pacing the field's fastest last quarter of 28-4. 9-1 on the 5, Always Your Way. If you see Robbie Robinson around the grandstand or backstretch, he's a great conversationalist about horses. He's got a great memory, an excellent handicapper and horseman. Be sure to ask him some questions and salute his retirement from parimutuel driving. It's Robbie Robinson night. The starter has called the field for race 8. Last chance tonight to play the pick 3 at Rideau Carleton. They're lining up now. 1 is Silverado for Ryan Guy. 2, Sunny Bow, Stefan Pouliot. 3, Carson Star Choice, Guy Gagnon. 4, Day Trader, Robert Shepard. 5, Always Your Way, Clark Stacey. 6, Party Vibes, Jason Gilchrist. 7, Rockin' My Dream, Mike Healy. On the outside, 8, Dr. Mickey for Marie-Claude Auger. And the trailer is 9, Big Pete Style, Pascal Berube. There's a number of them trying to catch the gate on the turn from the inside. This field is now on the backstretch. They're all lined up with the 1 trailer behind and headed to the start for race 8. They're off and pacing, 3 of them sprinting off the gate. Sunny Bow, Carson Star Choice, and Day Trader mixing it up early on the outside. That is Day Trader, who's going to take back to 4th behind Silverado, moving up the inside. Sprinting to the front, Sunny Bow and Stefan Pouliot are going to take control as Carson Star Choice opts for the pocket en route to the opening quarter from 3rd, Silverado, and then Day Trader following 4th to the 27-2 opening panel. Single file mostly as they approach the tote board the first time. Sunny Bow in charge. Carson Star Choice second. Then it's Silverado first over at a 4th now. Day Trader following his cover. Second over from 5th. Always Your Way. Third over from 6th on the outside. Party Vibes as now they head around the second turn. Approaching the half. Up front and leading the way. Sunny Bow. Gets to that point in 57 and 2, a 30-second second panel breather. Coming after him first over into second on the outside. Day Trader caught in third. That's Carson's Star Choice along the pylon. Second over in fourth is Always Your Way. Then fifth along the pylons, Silverado. Sixth to his outside, Party Vibes gaining ground. Following his cover from fourth over, third last, Rockin' My Dream. Caught in at the back of the field, Big Pete Style, and trying to get something going from last now. Dr. Mickey, 126 flat to 3/4, and they're setting up for another thrilling stretch drive here at Rideau Carleton. It's Sonny Bow trying to fight off the late speed of Day Trader. Coming after him to the wire, Carson Star Choice, a desperate lunge up the inside. It looks like Sonny Bow may have got it over Carson Star Choice and Day Trader, 155 flat. That was a heck of a stretch battle and a tight decision at the wire. Sonny Bow and Stéphane Pouliot were leading at the top of the stretch and trying to fight off Carson Star Choice, making the move up the inside path late, and also Day Trader making a late lunge. Looks like Sonny Bow held on by about a head at the wire in this 155 mile. The unofficial top four finishers are now posted. 7-2. Winner number 2, Sonny Bow, holds on for Stéphane Pouliot over the fast closing beaten favorite. Number 3, Carson Star Choice, second. 4, Day Trader was third. And the 10-1, number 5, Always Your Way, finished fourth. 2, 3, 4, 5. The unofficial top 4 order of finish for race 8. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial Race 8 winner, number 2, Sonny Bow, a 9-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach out of O.C. My Bow, owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, bred by Debbie Filsinger of Cargill and Terry Fritz of Walkerton, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's the 4th win of the season, start number 12 of the year. 155 flat, the latest win for Sonny Bow. Results are now official for race 8. Prices are posted for race 8. Number 2, Sonny Bow, returns $9.30 to win. The $2 2-3 exactor pays $23.30. $27.80 for the $1 try, 234, and $83.50 for the $1 superfecta, 2, 3, 4, 5 combination. The race 8 rundown is now posted. 1, Silverado finished 5th. 2, Sunny Bow was the race winner for Stefan Pouliot. 3 to 5 favorite number 3, Carson Star Choice, was a close second. And a close third was 4, Day Trader. 5, Always Your Way, finished 4th. 6, Party Vibes was 9th. 7, Rockin' My Dream, 7th. 8, Dr. Mickey, 6th. And 9, Big Pete Style, finished 8th. From the top down, your program should read 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 7, 6, 8. The fractions were 27 and 2 to the quarter, 57 and 2 at the half, 126 flat to 3/4, 155 flat. The latest win for Sunny Bow. Number 4, Day Trader, was claimed in race 8 and moves to new owner Mathieu Senet-Jonette and Normand Jonette, who shares ownership. The trainer will be Normand Jonette, and the price of the claim, $8,500. I heard that Samantha Conroy was cheering for Carson Star Choice, who got edged out last race, but she's celebrating her birthday. So all the best, Samantha. Have a good one, and keep doing the great work you do with the horses. Race 9 is coming up next. Glenn and myself both landing on the 5 here. I Am a Rocket for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, and the 6, Day Delight for Vic Putty and Murray Clodoger as our place selection. Glenn likes the 1, Captain of Rock and Roll for Jacob Copley and catch driver Stefan Pouliot in the show spot. I'm using that one 4th. Glenn's Superfecta concludes with the 4, Giggity 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 for Mandy Archer and Robert Shepard. I'm using the 3, Skylar in the show spot ahead of Captain of Rock and Roll. Skylar, one of the best late speed horses at this track. He was claimed back on May 11th and is now racing for trainer Dan Dulude, Ryan Guy, keeping the drive on Skylar, who gets a bit of class relief here from post 3. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Late Daily Double wagering available on race 9. No changes in race 9. In fact, the only change for the rest of the card pertains to race 10. Number 9, Surratt Hanover, getting that bridle change mentioned earlier. He's going blind to open in race 10. If you're already thinking about the Pepsi North America Cup, the first major Grand Circuit race for the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers, that's coming up at Mohawk next Saturday night. You can play it here in the Rideau Carleton Simulcast Lounge, trackside, a great wagering opportunity. And Tammy Forgey's free-to-play on-track only handicapping contest is a jackpot that's reached $1,600 for North America Cup night. Join us in the Trackside Simulcast Lounge for that contest. You must be on track to take part and collect any potential winnings. Speaking of the North America Cup, I've got some official ball caps, and they have the North America Cup logo. They're beautiful. We'll be giving those away on track coming up on Wednesday, June 11th, 6 p.m. post time. An extra reason to get back to the track at Rideau Carleton. Post Parade is coming on track now for race 9. The race 9 Pacers are non-winners of $6,250 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible non-winners of $40,000 lifetime. Allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible $18,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $7,800. One is Captain of Rock and Roll, owned by trainer Jacob Copley with Mandy Archer, both of Kenmore, Ontario. Stéphane Pouliot drives. 2 is Thrilling Times, owned by Gilles Plourde with trainer Karen Kroger, both of Chelsea, Quebec. Pascal Berube is in the sulky. 3 is Skylar, owned by trainer Dan Dulude of Saint Martin with Silvio Raveri of Saint-Lazare, Quebec. Ryan Guy gets the drive. 4 is Giggity Giggity Giggity, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with Barry Treen of Spencerville and Ashley Murphy of Iroquois, Ontario. Mandy Archer trains. Robert Shepard drives. The current 6-5 favorite is number 5, I Am a Rocket, owned by Louise Ricard of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Completing the field from post 6, Day Delight, owned by Triple S Equine, Newton, Ontario, trained by Vic Putty. Marie-Claude Auger drives. That's your field of 6 Pacers for upcoming race 9. No changes. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Late Daily Double wagering. We're zooming in on the 6-5 favorite, number 5, I Am a Rocket, who wired for Guy Gagnon in his most recent start below the Rideau preferred handicap level. That was back on April 20th. Nothing much to add I Am a Rocket doesn't often get to race with his trainer in the sulky. He's often up against the light speed. But when he does have Guy Gagnon driving and has that class relief as well, you see things like his front-end victory here on April 20th. A top choice for Glenn Pearson and myself. Glenn texted me a little earlier and said we should take wagers on how many wins Guy is going to get in a given night. He's been edged out late, though. Carson's star choice, just getting up for place last race. So I Am a Rocket, a good favorite. Is he unbeatable here? Never say never. The 6, Day Delight, 6-1. Is interesting. This one picking up catch driver Marie-Claude Auger for the first time since August 20th, 2023, when Day Delight finished second behind the light speed in the Rideau Preferred Handicap. Day Delight was 3 wide off the gate Sunday to duel with Tignanello, then back down to sit single file third by the quarter. He got boxed in and shuffled back on the backstretch. He was loose late, gaining ground despite closing into stretch traffic. Day Delight, 6-1. Just one win so far this season, but he's got some class relief here. And the 3, Skylar, 5-2, retains Ryan Guy on the class drop. He was gapping 4th behind dueling leaders on the first turn Sunday, getting caught in and shuffled to near last on the backstretch. He was charging up the inside path down the stretch, but finished 6th, less than 2 lengths behind the winner of that race, Tignanello. Getting some respect in spite of a class hike here. Number 1, Captain of Rock and Roll, who crushed for Guy Gagnon in back-to-back starts at the $15,000 claiming tag. He maintains rail advantage, but loses the winning driver to I Am a Rocket. Captain of Rock and Roll also was briefly off stride before the start last Sunday. He reset perfectly before the starter released the field. So take nothing away from the horse, just an observation. He's got the rail advantage here and 5 wins this season. Number 1, Captain of Rock and Roll. The starter has called the Pacers for race 9. This is your final chance to play the late double tonight at Rideau Carleton. The Pacers are lining up. 1 is Captain of Rock and Roll for Stéphane Pouliot. 2, Thrilling Times, Pascal Berube. 3, Skylar, Ryan Guy. 4, Giggity Giggity Giggity, Robert Shepard. 5, I Am a Rocket, Guy Gagnon. On the outside, 6, Day Delight, Marie-Claude Auger. They're on the turn. Now they're on the backstretch, approaching the start for race 9. They're off and pacing, surging out Thrilling Times, trying to take the early lead. He's got plenty of company. Skylar put into unusually early gear. He's moving between horses to take charge. And then to his outside, 3 wide, I Am a Rocket, living up to the name and trying to circle to the front here and clear Thrilling Times before the opening quarter. He's done just that for driver Guy Gagnon and now leads the way 26-3. The the fastest opening panel of the night. We are watching the favorite leading the way down the stretch the first time. I Am a Rocket, keeping ahead of Thrilling Times, who sits the pocket ahead of third place Skylar. First over out of fourth now, Captain of Rock and Roll. He's towing Giggity, Giggity, Giggity into it. Second over from second last. And at the back of the field, Day Delight is also out and moving. Third over from last. They went past the half in 55 and 4, and opening up on the lead, a 4-length advantage now for I Am a Rocket. Guy Gagnon flat in the bike. Next closest, Thrilling Times, is second. First over and moving into third on the outside, Captain of Rock and Roll. Skylar is caught in and forced back to fourth. 3 wide now, moving from the back of the field into third. Giggity, Giggity, Giggity getting into another gear. Widest of all from last on the final turn, Day Delight, 122 and 4 to 3/4, and they're just playing tag here. They're all trying to catch I Am a Rocket. No one going to do that. He's winning by a widening 10, 12 lengths at the wire for Guy Gagnon. Up for place, Thrilling Times, 150 and 4. Wow. Somebody was just mentioning on Racing Twitter that Guy Gagnon was finishing second with favorites. He wondered about that. I don't need to add any commentary here. I think I Am a Rocket says it all. 150 and 4 in race 9. A winning 1-9 favorite in impressive style in race 9. Number 5, I Am a Rocket for Guy Gagnon. The 2, Thrilling Times, finished second ahead of 4, Giggity, Giggity, Giggity. Third, 6, Day Delight, closing from last to fourth. 5, 2, 4, 6. The unofficial top 4 finishers in race 9. Please hold all tickets. What a mile by I Am a Rocket. Winning Going Away for Guy Gagnon's 5th driving win of the card. And just missing the divisional track record for the aged pacing geldings. 150 and 4. A very impressive performance by I Am a Rocket, who comes very close, 2/5 of a second away from equaling his lifetime mark. He's coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle now. Official race 9 winner, 5 I Am a Rocket, a 9-year-old bay gelding by Custard the Dragon out of Mox Rocket, owned by Louise Ricard of Gatineau, Quebec, bred by Albert Russell Branham and Archie Melnick of Sherwood Park, Alberta. Trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the 3rd win of the year. In the 13th start this season for I Am a Rocket, a seasonal best. 1:50:04, one of the fastest miles in Canada this year on a 5/8 mile track. Congratulations. Race 9 results are official. Prices are posted for race 9. Number 5, I Am a Rocket, pays $2.20 to win. The $2 5-2 exactor pays $9.80. $20.35 for the $1 try, 5-2-4. $67.05 for the $1 superfecta, 5-2-4-6. The race 9 rundown is now posted. 1, Captain of Rock and Roll finished 6th. 2, Thrilling Times was 2nd. 3, Skylar 5th. 4, Giggity 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 was 3rd. 1-9 favorite. Number 5, I Am a Rocket, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. And 6, Day Delight closed for 4th. From the top down, your program should read 6-2-5-3-1-4. The fractions were 26-3 to the quarter, 55-4 at the half, 122-4 at 3/4, 150-4. An impressive mile by I Am a Rocket. Race 10 is coming up, our last of the night. Exactor, triactor, and super high five wagering here. The only change is a bridle change on 9 Surratt Hanover going blind to open. Glenn likes the 1 Gouda Man for John McMillan and driver Clark Stacey. Clark Stacey already a winner tonight with Arizona Jackson, and Gouda Man looking to go back-to-back after that maiden victory on June 4th at this track. I like the 2 Best Girl in Town. Another long shot here for trainer-driver Melanie Plourde, who has been known to stalk the pace and get a winning move up the inside path. 9-1 right now on Best Girl in Town, a 5-time winner last year who I think fits this group rather well. Glenn is going to the 5, My Midnight Lover in the place spot. Also coming in off of a victory here. A lifetime mark, in fact, 155-2 on June 1st for driver Guy Gagnon. Ryan Guy getting the catch drive on the 3-year-old Night Pro filly. Glenn likes the 7, Simply the Best in the show spot. This one also a lifetime best winner, but from an inside post on May 25th. Her last start here for Pascal Berube and Marc-Andre Simoneau. Simply the Best, a 3-year-old all bets off filly. I'm using her second in my ticket behind Best Girl in Town. It's a field of 9. And the light on recent wins kind of field coming up in race 10. The horses are coming on track for the post parade now. It's the Robbie D'Alessandro pace. These pacers are non-winners of $15,000 lifetime. Allowances for fillies and mares also eligible. $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $30,000 lifetime or 3 races in 2024, 2025. The purse is $6,200. Leading the post parade, number 1, Gouda Man, is owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. Clark Stacey gets the drive. 2, Best Girl in Town, is owned, trained, and driven by Melanie Plourde of Gloucester, Ontario. The current 8-5 favorite is number 3, Rose Run Astro, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, and Wayne Hutt of Morrisburg, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 4 is La Barbe, owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 5 is My Midnight Lover, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur, Quebec. Ryan Guy drives. 6 is Pizzazz Hanover, owned by trainer Jeremy Marcotte of Notre-Dame-de-la-Paix, Quebec. Jacques Baudouin drives. 7 is Simply the Best, owned by Aurel Harvey et Fils Incorporé, Rivière-Malbaie, Quebec. The trainer is Marc-Andre Simoneau, and Pascal Berube is in the sulky. On the outside, number 8, Friar Voltaire, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Lloyd Stone, Michael Horwood, and trainer Vic Putty, all of Ontario. Marie-Claude O'Shea drives. Completing this field from the trailing post 9, Surratt Hanover, owned and trained by Denis Maisonneuve of Gatineau, Quebec. Robert Shepard drives. Note the bridle change on the 9, who goes blind to open. That's your field of 9 pacers for upcoming race 10 with Exactor, Triactor, and High Five wagering. We're getting a closer look at number 3, Rose Run Astro, the current 8-5 favorite here in our last race of the night. Rose Run Astro looks like Guy Gagnon's choice over the 1 and 5 this race. Rose Run Astro getting some serious post relief after getting away near last in back-to-back starts from outside posts at Scioto Downs. Rose Run Astro was single file 7th to the half over a sloppy surface on May 21st at odds of 17-1 and started up third over on the backstretch, closing widest of all behind a breakaway winner. He tired late. He's making his Rideau debut for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon, a winning team well known to regular Rideau players. And he's the 9-5 favorite, Rose Run Astro, the 3-year-old McWicked Gelding, a 3-time winner this season. The 7, Simply the Best, looks like Pascal Berube's choice over the 6 here. This is her first start from this far out at post position on May 25th. She pocketed up behind Hands Off Nose In and stepped out at the top of the stretch to hunt him down. She held off the closer, My Midnight Lover, and took a new lifetime mark over the good surface. 3-1 right now on number 7, Simply the Best. I wouldn't count out the 4, La Barbe and Stéphane Pouliot, who stepped up in class Sunday after La Barbe's long cold streak came to an end in their previous start here. La Barbe got parked first over by the fast-leaving Pizzazz Hanover in his last start. He took back to sit the pocket as the 1-5 favorite My Midnight Lover gained ground on the first turn and quickly made front past the opening quarter for Guy Gagnon. My Midnight Lover held off Pizzazz Hanover all the way to the wire and is up in class here. My Midnight Lover, 2-1 co-favorite right now from post 5. The starter has called the field for race 10. Last chance to wager tonight at Rideau Carleton. Thanks to all the horse players and fans for joining us tonight. We hope you'll be back again on Wednesday, 6 p.m. post time. And don't forget an on-track giveaway of some North America Cup ball caps on Wednesday. The field is lining up. 1 is Gouda Man, Clark Stacy. 2, Best Girl in Town, Melanie Plourde. 3, Rose Run Astro, Guy Gagnon. 4, La Barbe, Stéphane Pouliot. 5, My Midnight Lover, Ryan Guy. 6, Pizzazz Hanover, Jacques Baudouin. 7, Simply the Best, Pascal Berube. 8, Friar Voltaire on the outside for Marie-Claude Auger. And the trailer is 9, Surratt Hanover, Robert Shepard. They're still getting in place on the turn. Best Girl in Town moving into position. Simply the Best still lagging. The outside 3 still a little behind the others. They're on the backstretch and they're off and pacing and moving to the front right away. La Barbe and Stéphane Pouliot from mid-pack giving chase first over on the outside into second, My Midnight Lover, and also showing some early speed and caught on the outside third. That's Pizzazz Hanover on the first turn. Settling fourth behind them, Gouda Man is well positioned as they head to the opening quarter. La Barbe up front 27-1 as they come down the stretch the first time. He's confronted by the first over challenger, My Midnight Lover, who finally takes the pocket for driver Ryan Guy. It's a 3-length gap back to third, Pizzazz Hanover. First over now from fourth, Gouda Man. It's a gap back to fifth where you'll find Best Girl in Town along the pylons, and on her outside and gaining ground from sixth, Rose Run Astro as they approach the halfway point. Caught inside that one, seventh, Surratt Hanover underway From the back of the field, entering the outer flow, Simply the Best, and gapping at the back of this group is Friar Voltaire. They reached the halfway point in 56 flat. Up front, LaBarbe is continuing to fight on under steady pressure from Gouda Man, second to his outside. Biding time in third along the pylons. That's My Midnight Lover locked in. Second over from fourth and swinging wide now. Pizzazz Hanover looks forward to the stretch drive. Also charging from the back of the field, Simply the Best is coming on late. They turn for home, and this is anyone's race at this point. LaBarbe looks all done, moving to the front up the inside path. My Midnight Lover widest, Simply the Best edges her out. My Midnight Lover second. It looked like Pizzazz Hanover for show 155 and 1. LaBarbe put up a good fight on the front end, but the steady pressure wore him down late, and he couldn't hold off the late charge led by My Midnight Lover up the inside. Pizzazz Hanover fighting on, and widest of all, Simply the Best getting that victory for Pascal Berube, 155 and 1. The unofficial top 5 order of finish is now posted for race 10 at odds of 4 to 1. Number 7, Simply the Best, gets a lifetime best victory for Pascal Berube. 5, My Midnight Lover, a game second. 6, Pizzazz Hanover, an unexpectedly good show finisher there at odds of 10 to 1. 4, LaBarbe holds on for fourth, and Best Girl in Town was fifth at odds of 23 to 1. 7, 5, 6, 4, 2, the unofficial top 5 finishers in race 10. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle after her second consecutive win for the drummer Pascal Berube. Unofficial race 10 winner, number 7, Simply the Best, a 3-year-old bay filly by All Bets Off out of Sauble-Claire, owned by Aurel Hervier Fils Incorporé, Rivière-Malbaie, Quebec, bred by Lynn Bowen of London, Ontario, trained by Marc-André Simoneau. Pascal Berube, his first winning drive of the card, and that's the second win of the year for Simply the Best, taking a new lifetime mark tonight, 155 and 1, and overcoming post 7. She really was simply the best. Congratulations. Race 10 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 10, where number 7, Simply the Best, returns $10.80 to win. The $2 exactor, $40.80. $1 pick 3, 257, 3 of 3, 78.40. $300.10 for the $1 pick 4, 3257 is the winning pick 4. The $1 pick 5, 5 of 5, $574.45 for the $1 ticket, 73257, the winning pick 5. The 20-cent super high 5, 75642, returns $625.25. Yes, that's a 20-cent payout. The triactor here, $204.80 for the 756 $1 ticket and $31.30 for the $2 late double, 5-7. The race 10 rundown is now on screen. Number 1, Gouda Man, finished 9th. Number 2, Best Girl in Town, finished 5th at odds of 23-1. 3, Rose Run Astro was 7th as beaten 6-5 favorite. 4, La Barbe held on for 4th. 5, My Midnight Lover closed for place. 6, Pizzazz Hanover was a good 3rd. 7, Simply the Best lives up to the name for Pascal Berube, getting the win. Number 8, Friar Voltaire was 6th, and 9, Surratt Hanover finished 8th. From the top down, your program should read 9, 5, 7, 4, 2, 3, 1, 6, 8. The fractions 27-1 to the opening quarter, 56 flat at the half, 124 3 at 3/4, 155-1 the victory, and a new lifetime mark for Simply the Best. And that concludes this evening's card. Thanks again to everyone who joined us on track, online at the OTB. We hope you'll be back again on Wednesday, June 11th for more live racing from the nation's capital, 6 p.m. Eastern Post Time. Tonight's handle, $232,830. Don't forget, on Wednesday, we have got North America Cup ball cap giveaways happening on the card, and coming up on Saturday, Tammy Forgey's contest in the Trackside Lounge has a $1,600 jackpot. We hope you can join us. Thanks again. Enjoy the rest of your night, and week. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer. Good night.